Hey, I think we're live. There we go. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm just getting my headphones sorted out. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Well, it is the monthly reaction stream time. Hey, Zach. Good to see you here. I saw, when I was first looking at this, I saw yours. Yours was at the top last night when I last refreshed it. Um, I feel like we saw this the other day. Or whatever the case, let's go down to the last one we looked at, so apparently. Where was it? Okay, here we are. This is apparently where we got to last time. Let's react to react. Yeah. Mm. Uh, it's just endless layers of reaction. Just endless layers of react. React to react to react to react to react. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe has the announcement not gone out? I'll just check Discord. Yeah, Veggie Boy. Yeah, we have our own. We have our own r/Rorius. No, no, no. It went out. All right. I'm immediately close it again. That's all good. Rory Reddit, yeah. We often refer to it as Rory Reddit. But yeah. Oh, no good. React. Reacted it. Well, I know there's barely anyone here, but shall we begin? I might just start. Yellow. Oh, it's one of yours, Zach. It's one of your videos you posted. Oh, hey, Mecha. Bob Ross 2.0. We're not even halfway through this video. Oh my god, it keeps going. I was gonna just sit here through the entire video and just watch a man scream at yellow paint while he's painting it. That goes on with 2. Holy shit. I couldn't handle it anymore. But also, Rorius reacts Reddit reposts with red runners. It's for every piece of paint you put. Yeah, seemingly just every swipe, every brush stroke is another scream, another anguished scream. Also, hey Malik. That's what's going on in Bob Ross's head. Yeah. All right. Billions of Chinese citizens' data for sale on the dark web. Of course, of course.
Well, 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 look what we have here. A very spicy post on our favorite data breach forum that's run by our favorite hacker, Pom Pom Purin. So, a user by the name of China Dan, who just created their account fairly recently, presumably to make this post, saying that they had a huge treasure trove of personal data from the Shanghai National Police, who had a database leak sometime this year. Now,
This
the
is
data
what is
breach
bad about.
claims to contain several terabytes worth of personal information. I mean, hell, this NB theme address merge track slave alone, that's over 22 terabytes in size. So, all of this combined is supposed to be private information on
Mm.
over a billion Chinese citizens. Things like their names, their home address, their birthplace, national ID number, phone numbers, and criminal details, because of course, this data breach came from a national police database. And this data is for sale for the price of 10 bitcoins, or about 200,000 US dollars. And to prove that the data is real, because, I mean, let's be honest, who's going to pay $200,000 for what could just easily be 25 terabytes of VR dolphin porn? The hacker uploaded a sample file of 750,000 records for anyone to view. So, since there was some free data to download, I went ahead and grabbed an external hard drive, headed out to international waters where there's no laws regarding this kind of sensitive data, and I fired up the Tor browser and I began my speed run to achieve the lowest social credit score in human history.
Yeah. This shit is why, like, the all the social credit system and the like mass surveillance tracking systems that they have in China are so bad. I mean, there's the element of the government knowing everything about you and knowing everything you do that's questionable. But the argument is always that it's like, well, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear of being watched and surveilled all the time. But it's this. This is why it's bad. This is why. Anyway, it takes one hacker to get in, and billions of people's personal IDs and like information is now available to everyone. Anyone who wants to do anything with it. You can upload Reddit right now and upload something. Oh, sorry, download Reddit, upload something. Um, I will say, oh, thank you, Rocky, for renewing a membership. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. This fucking music. You think you've watched this before? Right, yeah.
Now, perusing through this data a bit for myself, it seems pretty legit. Of course, I'm not actually going to show it on video here and dox
Mm.
anyone. And I'll also say that for all of you that are watching, do not use this for any malicious
Yeah.
purposes. But I will show you guys some of these greps that I ran on these different files just to show that it is actually a sample of 750,000 people. Well, more like 700 and like 45,000, because this was a case data index, which is to do with like legal cases that people have had, criminal cases and things like that. When I grabbed for case type, which presumably every case should have a case type, there were only like 234,000 of them. But the other two, person info and address merged with mobile data, those both had 250,000 unique records. And a lot of the people on Breached are saying that the sample size is too small, and they're really calling into question the validity of it, because it is supposed to be data on over a billion people. So I do agree that the sample size of 750K is pretty small. I mean, it's less than 0.1%. But apparently, some journalists that have reported on this actually went and called people whose details were in the leak and confirmed that this data does belong to real people. And the data leak has also been confirmed by the CEO of Binance, who is from China originally. And the most hilarious part about this whole data breach is how it happened in the first place. How the leak happened
Wow.
was a government developer was writing a tech blog on CSDN, and they accidentally included the credentials to this database in the tech blog for some reason. So, good job, man. You doxed an entire nation, and this guy, whoever is responsible for this, probably actually received the lowest social credit score in human history. I mean, this guy's probably disappeared at this point. He's like probably
Mm.
buried under Xi Jinping's palace or something. So just like I've said with database leaks in the
Ooh,
past,
hey, Robbie.
someone who's if you know
Oh, and
someone
Josie.
whose information is in this
Welcome,
leak,
welcome.
especially if it's an older person, then you really should warn them because oftentimes scammers will take this personal info, especially when, because this stuff is free. This guy, he wants 10 Bitcoin for the rest of the billion, and maybe somebody will pay it, and then maybe one day all of this is going to end up being on the internet for free, or on the dark web for free. But the 750,000 records, anybody can download it. It's really easy to find. I'm not going to give any direct links because, of course, that would be against TOS. But anyone with a 3-digit IQ can figure out where to download this stuff. And so you best believe that scammers
Yeah.
are going to.
Basically, what's going on with it? We're reacting to stuff today. We're on the Rorius subreddit, but we're reacting to a video on a data leak from the Chinese, like a huge database of Chinese people and their lives that was leaked accidentally by the looks of it, and some hacker type, I say hacker, someone who just saw the credentials and used them to access the database, um uh, gathered a billion files on a billion people from China, their names, their social ID that they have in China, and yeah, it's now selling a billion people's information.
To take this personal info and they can use it for the purposes of social engineering to make their scam
We've
seem
only
more legit. And they might
just
even be
started,
able to
so
use it
nope,
for stealing
I
people's
don't think so.
identities outright because they have things like ID numbers that
Yeah,
are in the
I don't
breach.
know
And I
how
don't
Chinese
know if
IDs
like the
work.
national ID number, if that's supposed to be like a social security number, the
Mm,
equivalent of it. But people's identities might be able to be stolen with this
yeah,
breach, but
name,
also
address,
the social
birthplace.
engineering for things like IRS scams,
Oh,
or,
hey
well,
Tiana,
they could just do a scam where they pretend to be a member of law
what's the
enforcement and
sponsor?
they can say that
I've got some porridge in
your
front of me as well
grandma,
as
your
some
uncle, or
Coke.
someone owes money for something to do with a crime that they committed. It could even just be something like a traffic ticket, like, hey, you owe us $500 for some traffic ticket, and you got to pay, or else you're going to go to jail. And the person, the
Porridge.
scammer, is going to know the details of their case, their name, where they live, and all of this, so they can actually be kind of convincing, right? They can try to convince this person that they really are a cop, and then that'll cause the
Hmm.
victim to go into a panic, and they're going to stop thinking logically. They're not going to be thinking,
Yeah.
oh,
Anyway, the point is, that's why hyper surveillance is not a good idea sometimes. I know you need to have databases of information and stuff like that, but storing like all those data pieces all together for those purposes it can be dangerous. So when I see that kind of shit, like that kind of level of data storing exists in a lot of places, not just in hyper surveillance like places like in China, but just freaking like schools. I don't know about in the US, but working in a high school, I've seen what kind of data is stored for the students on their like school database systems. I'm frequently like, whoa, if someone just like got access to that database, You know, that's that. I mean, the kids are actively removed from it at least, so it's only active members of the schooling system, and each school has its own database, so it's you know a little bit more secure in that sense. But still, like so much data is stored on students at schools. I always think I'm like, why do they need to know this shit? Like, anyway, world record progression. Vegas pro crashing any percent. I see. Oh, right. Yeah, I
Vegas
forgot.
Pro has garnered a reputation for being a video
Ah,
editing
I
program
like
that
this
crashes more
YouTuber.
easily. But still, trying to crash it in the least amount of time is a challenge loads of people have been taking for years.
That's really funny. Before we continue, I will just mention that yes, I think I did well with I for people who aren't aware or didn't see the announcement yesterday. The reason I didn't stream yesterday is that I had a job interview, and I think I did well. I think I did pretty well with the job interview. All things considered, there's a couple of things that I need to work on. I think they didn't specifically say it outright, but I think I need to work on them. Like my knowledge base kind of stuff. A couple things that I'm going to make sure that I know by the next interview. Um, but for like a first interview and everything, I think that went really well. I think I like to believe that I actually interview fairly well. I have a pretty good um manner. I have pretty good. I'm like I usually have a big old smile on my face. I laugh. I make sure there isn't so much tension in there isn't like the hardcore like the boss man and then me little scared me. You know, I usually get a laugh out of the interviewer at least once or twice so that it's a bit more comfortable. So I think I interview well, generally speaking. But there are a couple of things like knowledge wise that I really feel like I need to get better at. And yeah, thankfully I've already been told that there'll be a follow-up interview, so yeah, fingers crossed. Also though, something I didn't mention I haven't mentioned is that though I actually have another interview with another company next week, and that one's going to be scary because it's a big company that it would be really exciting to work for. But I think they're a little out of my league. I'm really fucking nervous because while I do already know C++, I have worked with C++ before. This other developer is a C++ focused developer and they want me to come in for a technical test interview. So they want to test my knowledge, my programming knowledge. So as soon as I heard that was going to happen, I have been like fucking studying. I've been like, well, anxious as hell and studying C++ to like remind myself of all the little details of C++. I really want to do like a crash course program, game or whatever in C++ just to like get it in here so that hopefully by the time the interview happens, I'll actually be able to write some C++ and not look like a total fool. It's the same in the UK for how much data the teachers can see. It's crazy. Yeah, I think that's nonsense. It's for a freaking school. They don't need to know that much shit. Um, you keep it like a human interaction, not like a robot. To some people do. Yeah, like that's what I try and do. I try and because that's how I've done well in all like in school and in jobs and stuff like that. That's how I've always managed to do well in like communication related things is somehow I don't know how. I've never learned it. I don't have pardon me, pardon me, jeez. I don't have a strategy or anything, but I almost always somehow manage to make someone in the room laugh. Usually by either being an idiot, not an idiot, but like doing something that seems funny or just like gets a chuckle out of someone. Like I remember there was one of the times that I was doing like a big old stand-up talk at school in front of like a group of people. uh I just started speaking to a microphone way too close, and so it like blew the microphone out, and I don't know why, but just that whole that whole moment, I was like, oh god, people laughed and shit, and that just like that broke the ice, you know, it broke the tension. What kind of place am I applying for? A game development position, and programming, specifically a programmer in a game developing studio. Yeah. Yeah. Like I was glad to hear they were already like, oh yeah, well, like the guy who interviewed me, he was the technical director. Um, but I believe he's getting like an HR person or like a hiring person, a person who is responsible for like some levels of hiring new recruits and stuff like that. Uh, she was out of the office at the time, so they're gonna have another interview with her and with the technical director. And I'm gonna be asked a few more like technical kind of questions. Their first interview was just like a get to know me, feel what I'm like kind of interview. Why not do a study stream? Maybe not much fun and content worthy, but it could be a chill stream for all of us. Well, as I did think about that is exactly what I thought about doing. I thought about doing that today instead of this stream. I thought about like for the next week we're studying and we're playing games related to the developers that I want to work for. And normally when you go see these big companies, you need to show so much maturity and skill. It's hard. Yeah, like the personality thing, I think I've got that sorted, generally speaking. Um, I can push through the nervousness. Like I have right now, just talking about it, my insides are like but the like I think I'm good at the at this what we're doing right now. I think I'm pretty good at talking, pretty good at interacting and getting the personality side down. But it's when it comes to I test really badly. And so I'm so nervous about it. Like whenever I do an assessment at university where they task us to do a thing. Like you have 2 weeks to do a thing. I do those really well. I usually like ace those, A plus, whatever. You give me a test, like a paper test, and I'm getting B's. I'm getting like a B minus or a B. I don't test well, so I'm nervous as fuck. Oh, you got it uploaded? Nice. Nice. Um Right, yeah, I thought that'd be the case, Mecha. Like that you can't really do anything. Well, you can eat them while they're down, but like when like it's in I mean, I noticed that while we were playing. I in my mind, I thought the killer was OP. But when I look at all the reviews and stuff, people say the survivors are OP, so I don't know. I don't know about that game. I don't know about VHS. Yeah. You really hope I get the job? Well, thank you. Thank you. I really hope I get something too. If I go through all these interviews and I don't get a single job after applying for like every company in the freaking country, uh then I'm probably just gonna start making games full time on YouTube and trying to start selling them. Trying to make some games that just sell. Because I yeah, I'd be desperate if that was the case. If I failed to get any job, I would be desperate and I would just start making games constantly. Uh and like making them with the intention of selling them, not just like making them for my own interests. It's problem once again, it's like if I'm gonna commission stuff, I need to have money to commission stuff. So, or if I'm gonna, if we're gonna have revenue sharing, that's gonna cut into my sales, my profits. Not for every job in the country, but for a bunch of game development positions. Yeah, I think the most likely position that I'll get is the one that I've already interviewed for. I think that's the most likely because I think the kind of games that they make are like around my kind of level. I think I could make something like what they make, myself, except for the graphics and the music. The art stuff, no. But like, programmatically speaking, I think I could make one of those games that they've made. I won't say what who the developer is, but their games are within my reach, I think. The company I'm applying for next week that I'm having to learn the C++ for, they make a game. Let's just say it's the most popular game to come out of New Zealand ever. So, they basically have one game. Though they're going to have two soon, I think. No, you're close. Well, that might be the most popular, but that has like a lot of games. I'm talking about a single game. This developer has a single... Okay, the developer I'm applying for next week is Grinding Gear Games. They make Path of Exile. Path of Exile is probably the most successful singular game in the whole of New Zealand's history. First music album is actually complete. 13 tracks over 65 minutes of audio. Oh, damn. Nice. Sorry I'm not reacting. I'm just like... it's a good chance to just chat. If you failed every job in the country, I would just die on the spot. Also an option. I gave up on that. Yeah. So, if you've not heard of Path of Exile... it's also why I thought about playing Path of Exile on the stream as well. Path of Exile is like a Diablo-style action RPG. It's really popular, available on Steam and everything. Oh, that's just a teaser. Wait. Do they have the Steam link anywhere? They don't have the Steam link. Wait. Okay. Wait. That's not my real birthday. Yeah, Grinding Gear Games, Path of Exile. Really big game. It is incredibly popular, incredibly successful. Very high fidelity, beautiful graphics, like complex gameplay. Free to play, but they make their money through I actually don't remember how they make their money. It must be through like an online like a marketplace kind of deal. But your country's most successful games probably Angry Birds. Or Clash of Clans. Interesting. Yeah, there's this, Grinding Gear Games, Path of Exile, and there's the ones you guys mentioned. The frickin' Bloons games. Made by Ninja Kiwi. I applied for Ninja Kiwi a bunch of years back, and they rejected my application. But I got a job somewhere else shortly afterwards, so... Yeah, I think I got a job somewhere else shortly afterwards, so I didn't worry about it. But, they also made a Bloons Adventure Time tower defense. Like, damn. But yeah. Actually, I'm curious. They've got 22, 32, 47. 22, 32, 47. This isn't really a good metric, but... Oh, okay, the Bloons games has more followers on Steam, at least. Interesting. Yeah, but yeah, they've really like the difference is that the Ninja Kiwi has released a ton of Bloons games and other stuff. So I would still say that Path of Exile is probably the most popular game, singular game. But yeah, so that's I'm nervous. I'm nervous as fuck. Yeah. Anyway, shall we continue? I think I've said everything I need to say about that.
Every time. Using complex techniques such as adding a video effect. Did this really make my Vegas crash? Over the past...
Oh, that wasn't my end. That was in the video.
people have been taking for years. Every time. Using complex techniques such as adding a video effect. Did this really make my Vegas crash? Over the past decade, some video editors like me and Pyrocynical, I think,
I'm not opening Vegas.
kept using this unreliable program, unwillingly trying to set new records, and crashing Sony Vegas in just a few seconds. This is the world record progression for Vegas Pro.
What's interesting is that, at least from my experience, half the time when Vegas crashes, it doesn't even make the boo-doo-doo noise. It just fucking, like, it'll be in the background. It'll be rendering a video. And then, with no, like, alert other than just a pop-up appearing behind what I'm doing in my main monitor, a pop-up will appear behind something saying it's crashed, but it won't, like, tell me. I'll notice it, like, an hour later. It's like, wait, the video hasn't, it was like 30% like an hour ago. It hasn't gone up at all. And I'll look behind my main window, and there'll be a pop-up behind it saying, like, an unexpected error occurred, and ask if I want to submit a ticket to fucking the owners of Vegas. And I'm just, that used to be so annoying. It's part of the reason I don't edit my videos anymore. Discovering an unreleased GameCube internet browser. Oh?
So, I bought the wrong fucking disc.
It's the same
entirely my fault,
YouTuber.
and I made a mistake.
I really like this YouTuber.
I wanted to obtain a very specific Japanese GameCube demo disc that included an official Game Boy Advance software emulator,
Use
and show it to
BSDC?
you because, well, that's
I don't know what
pretty
that is.
fucking cool. So that's gonna be a future
You're not talking about
video.
Da Vinci.
But I ended up buying the wrong one instead because watashi wa nihongo ga amari anasei nai node, computer ga onyaku shita kuremashita. But, well, this mistake actually led me to discover something even more interesting inside this wrong disc that I bought. The remnants of a secret, unreleased GameCube internet browser. So I went on Google and tried to find out exactly how much I had f***ed up, and it turns out I f***ed up a lot because this disc has no Game Boy Advance emulator in it. The disc I got was bundled in with Ronchu and Pokemon Box, and I mixed them up because, yeah, it doesn't run on my PAL GameCube because region locking. But fortunately, you can use the
Region
SD
locking.
Media Launcher to play games from any region on your GameCube, and also the piracy. After finally booting the disc, I realized the only playable game on it is just this demo of Beautiful Joe, and there are also some game trailers in okay quality. And the star of the show, you can access the entire 2003 GameCube catalog on this disc. Like, it's an actual catalog. Pretty underwhelming. But wait a second, is that a Windows-styled cursor? And why does this whole catalog feel laggy, janky, and just straight out of a 2000s website, really? Well, after professionally extracting the content of the disc on my computer, I discovered the entire disc is just a series of HTML pages loaded through something. And I mean, this is not anything new by Nintendo. The Wii settings, for example, were just running off a bare-bones version of Opera browser, and some people actually discovered this when their Wii memory got corrupted and showed this, which would have fucking scared me as a kid. So the question is, what the fuck is running HTML pages on my GameCube, and how is this working? After doing some research, I stumbled upon a post by a user named Connor Rance
After it picks as a bar sound for an error.
found out about this a
Nice.
few years ago. He discovered that a lot of GameCube demo discs
Your video
are
said it
running
was
this
failed.
technology, and it is mostly found in those discs including catalogs and
If you refresh
trailers.
the page, can you
All
see
of
it at the
this
top?
will be normally interesting but unremarkable because Nintendo might have made an HTML displayer just to avoid wasting programming resources on developing a program to display the upcoming 2003 games. But, well, there are a lot of secret files in this disc, and I mean a lot. There is even a fucking photo of Hamtaro.
Oh, it looks like
for
it looks
some
like it
reason.
uploaded.
Going through the disc's contents, we can
see a
find
post by
a
Vinci
full unused
with your
Japanese
name.
keyboard, browser controls, a map to control what time zone you're in. In my case, I live in the Casio zone. This is stupid. And even some HTML files referencing directly an ISP login
Perfect.
and an email login. So what is going on here? The GameCube never had any browser released for it, so this is just strange.
I like the
There was
columns.
a broadband adapter add-on for the
It makes total sense to have it like this, but I just find it interesting to see the Japanese version of having yes/no columns. Hi, yeah. Hi meaning yes and yeah meaning no, which is confusing because you hear, as an English speaker, you hear yeah. It sounds a bit like yeah, but no, it means no.
There was a broadband adapter add-on for the console,
make a
but it
FNAF
was
jump
only
scare.
used by games
Oh my
like
God.
ESO. No internet
Punish
browser
you
was ever
for
released
its
for
crashing.
this add-on. There wasn't anything like that. So where does all of this come from? After digging some more, I actually found an image that explained everything. But first, we need to go back to 1999. This is SegaNet, one of the very first widespread online gaming services ever released, and it was launched on September 11, 2000, exclusively on
Oh my
Dreamcast.
God.
But why am
Exactly
I talking
1
about the
year.
Dreamcast if this is a GameCube video? Well, the
Before
Dreamcast launched
the
in North
event.
America with a built-in modem that, thanks to SegaNet, could be used to play games online or using the official browser disk to browse the web. And when we look at that browser disk, yes, it's the same logo.
Oh
What's
yeah.
going on here? Well, SegaNet was a failure because the Dreamcast was a failure. We still love you, buddy, don't worry, I don't care if you didn't sell a lot. So Planet Web, the company responsible for developing the Dreamcast browser and the Saturn browser, which apparently is a thing, was looking for new partners. They ended up collaborating with Sony and Ergosoft Ltd, and in 2002 they released the Japanese exclusive PlayStation 2 E.
I was gonna say, I remember there was a
And if we take a look
there was an extension you could buy for the PS2 that would allow you to connect to online play and do things like this. But I never saw it in New Zealand. I never saw it released here. Maybe it did, but I never saw it. Yeah.
some footage of it on YouTube because I'm not made out of money and I've already bought the demo disc and I'm a broke student, okay? These are the same assets I found in the demo disc, so what's going on here? My personal theory is that Nintendo signed some kind of deal with Planet Web to develop a GameCube web browser to be used with the broadband adapter, but since the adapter was a failure, and I mean these were the only games that supported it, it was a failure. We still love you, buddy, just like the Dreamcast. The web browser was never released. So my theory is that since they already had the code for this unused browser, they decided to repurpose it into an easier way to make this catalog disc, since making an HTML page is way faster than having someone program a catalog from scratch. Hey dude, can we work on Super Mario 128? I'm sorry, but Mr. Iwata wants this Nintendo 2004 catalog
by today.
but hey, this is just a theory, a GameCube browser theory. But still, what is confirmed and verifiable by anyone, including you watching this video if you extract the files from these demo discs, is that they are based off this GameCube version of EG browser that was never released. And maybe some talented hacker could actually restore the browser to a working condition. Not me, because my programming skills are basically Python Hello World level. But maybe someone here can actually reverse engineer this and turn it into a working web browser. Who knows? But hey, I managed to replace one of the images on the disk with a picture of with Mario, so that counts as hacking too, right?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I always find that kind of stuff interesting, like early consoles having like internet capabilities. Fascinating, because like it just, from my tiny child brain, that just wasn't possible. Egg browser, I just realized that. Egg browser. Yep. E for egg. Okay, what's this? What's this here? Okay, then no, I'm not really wanting to show. Go to New Zealand. I don't know. I mean, let's watch a couple. Let's watch a couple minutes of this.
one word seems to come to mind. Tao matafaka tangi hanga ko au au o tamatea tsuri pu ka ka piki maunga horo nuku pokai whenua kita na tahu.
I think it's that,
It's time to learn geography.
I'm not sure.
Hey everyone, I'm your host Barbs. New Zealand is one of those places where a few people have made a powerful image for themselves.
I'm not sure if that is it, because I didn't hear it properly right through, but that might be the name that's the longest town name, location name. It's not a town. I think it's just a location. Where it's one of those cases where it's like in Maori, you can, much like in German and other languages, you can stitch words together when you need to in certain contexts. So that name is actually like an entire sentence describing the space. It's like a cheat of a long name.
It's one of the last places on Earth to be discovered and inhabited by humans. And when they arrived, it was unlike anything
hey,
anyone
Fireboy.
had ever seen. Mostly because there were these massive 12 feet tall bird monsters. We'll get into that in a bit. But first, New Zealand is not only a key player in the ocean nations, but a geographic anomaly. As in, half the time when you look at artwork or decorations,
Yeah,
or
it doesn't
newscasts
fucking
or even
include it.
educational books, New Zealand is forgotten from the map. Kiwis even joke about it. Even their government website,
Yeah.
404 page not found.
Oh, this is interesting. Mark was literally talking to me about this the other day. A government page, a New Zealand government page, did this as a joke. If you find a page, if you try to go to a page that doesn't exist on the website, it shows a world map missing New Zealand. Because it's so common. It's so common to find maps that don't include New Zealand on them. It's so frustrating.
Website pokes fun at it. Anyway, New Zealand, or Aotearoa, is located in the southwestern Pacific Ocean, about 1,200 miles or 2,000 kilometers.
Yeah, we'll probably only
off
watch
the
the
coast of
first few
Australia,
minutes.
and about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers from the nearest major islands of Fiji, Tonga, and New Caledonia. Meaning, technically, France is their closest neighbor. The country is made up of
Yeah,
two
technically.
main large islands, aptly named the North Island, or Te Ika a Maui, which makes up about 42% of the landmass, yet holds about 3/4 of the population, and the larger, yet less populated South Island, or Te Waiponamu, at about 56% of the landmass. The remaining 2-ish% of the landmass is made up of hundreds of interior and outlying islands, 33 main ones that are either around the main two islands, like the largest one, Stewart Island, just south of South Island. Then you have the outlying island chains, like the northernmost Kermadec Islands, the easternmost Chatham Islands, and the sub-Antarctic southernmost point, the Campbell Islands. The country is a unitary
Zealand
state
left for the
divided into
milk.
16 councils, 11 regional councils, and 5
Yeah.
unitary.
It's interesting. Auckland, this is where I live. I live in Auckland, by the way. Auckland is one of the narrowest parts of the country, but secondly, Auckland City is like this little squidge here in the middle, and then the region goes all the way down. Like, there's Auckland City and then there's Auckland region, and the region is huge, but the city, I mean the CBD, I'll say, the main part of the city is tiny. But if you include if you include the expanded city, it's one of the biggest cities in the world, because it's like LA, where it's just sprawling. It's just very, very wide. Not as big as Tokyo or whatever, but it's just a very broad city.
Regional councils. The Chatham Islands act as their own special territorial authority. The second largest city, Wellington, is the capital, the southernmost capital in the world. However, Auckland up north is the largest city, which holds about 1/3 of the entire population of the country.
Yeah, of 5 million people, 1/3 of them live in this area. Dear. This is like the CBD area. This is the area that I consider like Auckland City, actual Auckland City, central. And then you've got this is the North Shore up here, which expands beyond what we can see here. And then you got South Auckland, which goes to about just beyond where you can see here as well, I think. Or is it this part? I forget now. And then you got West Auckland over here. Yeah.
with the largest and busiest airport, Auckland International. Otherwise,
Yeah, I thought
Christchurch
so.
on South Island is the third largest city and holds the second busiest airport, Christchurch International. But
Yeah.
wait, that's not all. The sovereignty claim extends even further, and then you get the 3 New Zealand realm territories and Free Association island nations. These are Tokelau, the Cook Islands, and Niue. Tokelau is
Yeah.
considered a non-self-governing dependent territory. It also has a territorial dispute with American Samoa over Swains Island, whereas the Cook Islands and Niue are labeled as self-governing states in free association with New Zealand. Finally, you
We
have the
support
Ross
them
Dependency,
financially.
which is New Zealand's claim to Antarctica, which
Yeah.
of course under the Antarctic Treaty does not actually fall under their sovereignty, but you know, a lot of people like to say they have something they can't. Whew, for a nation that doesn't even show up half the time on maps, there's a lot going on here.
But wait, if New Zealand is just an island in the middle of the Pacific, which continent is New Zealand a part of?
Ah, good question. That is a question that has kind of stumped cartographers for centuries. In the simplest sense, categorically,
We
New
typically
Zealand is
refer to
part
it
of
as
the broader
oceanic.
region known as Oceania,
Yeah,
which is basically
Oceania.
just Australia plus everything else in Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. Technically, Australia and New Zealand together are called Australasia. However, it's weird because New Zealand doesn't lie on the same continental shelf as Australia. This has led to
No.
the consideration of New Zealand belonging to a newer subregion known as
Yeah, yeah. This is a really interesting idea because this is. Oh, what is? Why is my phone alarm going off? What alarm just went off on my phone? I don't even remember having an alarm at this time. Oh, it might be for my wake up late alarm. Yeah, maybe. There's a continental shelf. If you want to think of it, like if the sea level was like considerably lower, this whole region would be sticking out of the water. So New Zealand could have been significantly larger, potentially. And we could lay claim to this water, this space, all this water here, because it's part of our continental shelf. But at the moment, we don't have claim to that. That's Australian water up there.
Zealandia, classified by some dude in the 90s as either a continental fragment or a microcontinent made up of a submerged continental crust shelf that expands all the way from New Caledonia to an empty spot in the ocean just south of the Campbell Islands. 93% of Zealandia is submerged, with New Zealand being the largest protruding segment. Either way, however you want to categorize it, New Zealand is kind of strange.
Wait, go back to the self-governing island thing. Do they belong to New Zealand, or are they full country?
More like supported
Good
by.
question. It's kind of like this. Okay, guys, look, the British just kind of put you under my jurisdiction, so I guess that means you're all New Zealand citizens, okay?
Yeah, but we all have our own languages and customs and want to write a constitution for ourselves with free association status. We're basically countries in our own right, but under your overarching sovereignty, I guess.
Like, your military can come in for defense, but otherwise we got everything else covered.
I mean, guys, I have
I'm
less
pretty sure they use our money though as well. So it's a bit like, it's a little bit like, it's different, but it's similar, if you will, to like Puerto Rico, for the U.S., where they're like, they're considered part of New Zealand, but they're self-governing, which is different to Puerto Rico. But they're allowed to govern themselves however they want. We provide them financial aid, but we can also pull that financial aid if they do something that displeases us. They've never really done anything like that. I think we briefly did that with Fiji. In fact, I don't think Fiji's even part of our circle anymore, because we used to support Fiji, but like Fiji, when they had the coup, there was like a coup where the military leader took over, and we stopped supporting them.
than 2,000 people on less than 5 square miles of land on 3 islands. I think I'll just become a dependent territory state.
All right,
Yeah.
fair enough. 2 kind of countries with loose ties and 1 dependent territory country with stronger ties. Got it.
Plus, hey, I became the first completely solar-powered nation in the world.
Not exactly fully functional sovereign nation state by definition, but yeah, good for you. Some places of interest in New Zealand might include the world's steepest street at a gradient of 38 degrees, the National Museum, Auckland's Sky Tower, you can actually jump off of it, the Rotorua
Yeah.
geysers in traditional Maori village, Rainbow's End and Splash Planet, the International Antarctic Center, Hobbiton, so many wine fields like the ones in Marlborough, 90 Mile Beach, which is actually only 56 miles, Waitomo Caves with
I didn't know that,
glowworms,
actually.
Frying
That's
Pan
funny.
Lake, and the Meraki spherical boulders. And honestly, I could go on and on with all the natural wonders of this country, but that would take like 50 videos, and we gotta cram as much as we can in this one. So let's just talk about all the natural stuff of New Zealand, shall we?
I think we'll leave that there. If you want to see more there's plenty more video here by Geography Now. But, yeah. New Zealand's a cool place. I like it here. it's, it's nice and calm and peaceful, and, you know, you're not afraid of a crocodile crawling out of your toilet, or being killed by a spider bite. Or, you know, like being eaten by a bear, or being, I mean, we do have tornadoes. I was gonna say being pulled out of your house by a hurricane. We don't have hurricanes here, but we have tornadoes, and we do have earthquakes. That's about the scariest things that we have. Anyway, using a Game Boy camera as a webcam.
This is a Game Boy camera.
Oh,
In case you've never
the-
seen one, this
I have a policy about not showing too much of the same creator in the same video. I think we'll skip this one. I like the creator, but we'll skip this one. Because we've already watched 2 of her videos, like, back to back. So we'll skip that one. Watergate Origin. Okay.
This is Player Destruction, an official TF2 game mode. Kill a guy, pick up his stuff, and turn it in. But this game mode wasn't even created by Valve. It was the work of an amateur mapper making something in his free time. How did we get here? I interviewed the creator, Egan, who traced the origin of Player Destruction to Arena. Back in 2014, he was a big fan of Arena.
Your brain
and
is dying from the
frequented a
geography
community
stuff.
server devoted to it.
Nice.
But he started to notice its flaws. Dying and having to wait for the next round wasn't fun, and it's not friendly to inexperienced players. So how could you take what's fun about Arena?
The other reason I was watching that previous video is just because it's about New Zealand. it's my country.
The intimate player interactions and make it more accessible. What if Blue had to attack Red's control point? Blue players get passive healing, and if a blue player dies, we spawn a skeleton and start a timer. The skeleton would hunt down players of any team, and the timer counts down from 30 seconds. When it hits 0, all dead red players are respawned. This map was novel, but ultimately a gimmick that got boring after a few minutes, so the experiments continued. Okay, what if blue players only had 1 life, and there were
The
only
boys
4
just
of
full
them,
damages on.
but they had 10 times health, backstab protection, and infinite crits. Blue team has 1 minute and 30 seconds to capture 4 control points spread around the map, but red team would infinitely respawn. This was also fun, but still just a gimmick that would quickly get old. Back to the drawing board. Later that year, Valve released Robot Destruction. Robot Destruction was a new game mode created by Valve where you basically run into the opposing team's base and destroy their
I remember
NPC
this.
robots for points.
I never
At
played it, I
first,
don't think.
Egan tried twisting the game mode to create a 5 CP map that required teams to control every point to win. The catch was that after a certain amount of inactivity, robots would spawn on the point, which you needed to destroy before you were allowed to cap. This experiment wasn't that great, but in the process of creating this map, he noticed something. You could repurpose Robot Destruction into a bootleg Headhunter mode from Halo Reach. In the past, this wasn't possible because there's no way to emulate the item that players drop on death. But now, mappers can spawn robots and control how many cores they drop. Mappers can also keep track of a player's location and detect when they die. So when someone dies, you could teleport a robot to their location, then kill the robot, dropping a core the player can pick up, which would effectively be a scoring item that drops on player death. Normal robot destruction ends when one team reaches the core limit, so here the game would simply end after enough cores were collected from player deaths. To see if this would even work, Egan created PD Nucleus. It's Nucleus, except the bridges never extend. The central point doesn't open, the death pit has been covered up, and of course, it's pseudo Headhunter. Teleporting robots around and killing them turned out to actually work in practice, and PD Nucleus was positively received, so it was time to make a real map for it. At the time, there was a TF2Maps.net contest called Mercs vs. Aliens being held, themed around UFOs. Entering the contest and submitting a PD map would be a good opportunity to have people play and critique the game mode, so he started work on Watergate. Watergate's layout was heavily
waltz of the
inspired by this
shovels.
area in a Dishonored 1 DLC.
Huh.
I don't think I need to say anything else.
Yeah. Whoa, I didn't even notice that. I did not notice the similarity. Holy shit.
He added a boat here because it was, quote, cool. Also, this lumberyard
I've
staircase
played the Brigmore Witches. I played it on the
and
channel.
these pipes for Watergate spawn. From there, he built
Recommend a
out
video
the
of
rest
yours
of the
on
map.
how to thwart the
He
YouTube
enjoyed
algorithm.
the way Arena Granary made
Yeah,
use of verticality.
it was a video
which
I
inspired
did that
the
was an
players of
attempt at sort of like
Watergate.
a viral, like
He
a video
linked
that
the
could
cores into
theoretically
piles
go
of
viral.
cash and experimented with a bonus objective.
It did not.
A
Spoiler
control
alert.
point that
It
you
did
can
not.
drop extra cash for your team. Since this is an earlier version that's still constrained by simply being a really weird robot destruction map, the UFO that came around wasn't a capture zone, but instead it would barf cash onto the bridge. It could also suck you up. On November 26, 2014, in collaboration with Mapper Backstretch, who helped with detailing, Watergate Beta 5 was finished and submitted to the contest. After great suspense, Watergate was crowned second place. The contest ended, and that was the end of Watergate's story. Egan went on to make a few more maps, until suddenly, in January 31st, 2015, every map submitted to the contest was given feedback by Valve. It still wasn't officially confirmed that this contest would be part of an official update, and technically, Valve simply played everyone's maps and wanted to give feedback for some reason. But you don't have to be a detective to put 2 and 2 together here. It was time to revisit Watergate. Unsurprisingly, in their feedback, Valve was perplexed about the robots and asked why the map was running robot destruction. At this point, the PD game mode was entirely controlled in Hammer, which severely limited what Egan could do. To further refine PD's mechanics, it would need to be turned into a source mod plugin. So that's what happened. With the plugin, they were able to add a lot of features. Player score display, by making 100 custom particles that go from 1 to 50 for each team.
Oh my god.
The UFO capture zone, and with that, hazard scripts on the HUD that indicated a team's capture potential, created by editing the robot destruction reactor core data. Changing the robot destruction core into beer. Beer because, inspired by Dishonored again, Watergate is themed as a distillery and bar. Detecting if players walked into a spawn room, and forcing the beers to drop so players couldn't hide. And of course, team leaders. In a previous version, Egan gave team leaders a makeshift outline. Leaders would be given an invisible reactor core, so everyone could see them through walls. But since you're technically carrying an intel, players could simply press the drop intel button and remove their outlines, so this was shelved early on. With the source mod plugin, team leader outlines returned. For the secondary team leader mechanic, several ideas were tested. At first, they tried allowing team leaders to see everyone and their score through walls, and later, only your teammates through walls. But in the end, this was deemed too much visual clutter.
Yeah, maybe that video, the me telling people how to thwart the YouTube algorithm video, will suddenly become a viral video. You never know. Videos that are super old can sometimes suddenly have a second wind.
Other experiments for team leaders they tried.
You should
were
watch the video.
More max health, which was shelved for
Help
being
that
too confusing
algorithm
for everyone.
tell people that they want to watch that video.
Marked for death, removed for being too punishing. Low gravity, removed for basically helping the leader abandon his team. High gravity,
Already
removed
did.
for
Oh,
being
okay.
too intrusive on movements like double jumps
Well,
and
thank
rocket
you.
jumps.
Well, if you mean
Eventually,
you
they
already
settled on
have
what we
watched
have
it,
today.
I
Team
mean,
leaders
like,
playing a
did you watch it
dispenser.
now?
As for the rest of Valve's feedback, They
Yeah,
remarked
that's
that
why
the
it's a
proposal
short
was
and a
so
regular
interesting
video.
that some
There's
of the
two
smaller
versions of it.
spaces could combine into a continuous one, and that some areas could be expanded. So that's what Egan did.
I think we've seen enough of this. We get it. Like, it was interesting. It's an interesting, like, development cycle. Because it was a completely, like, handcrafted game mode that suddenly got supported by Valve. So it was a user created game mode that just happened to sort of squeeze into Valve's setup. That's really interesting. All right, Kitty says "uh-oh" very clearly. No.
Uh-oh.
Aw. Oh, I should check with the... Oh no, we don't have any free... Do we not have free coins anymore? We only have shop avatars now? No! What happened to coins? This is my avatar, by the way. You never usually see it because I have a profile. You know, I have a... Wait, did this open a new tab? Why can't I go back? The fuck? Or do I just click it again and it goes away? Oh, there we are. Okay. It was just an overlay, that's why. There's no more... Oh, no, no, to create a post. No, there's no more free coins because the fucking avatar system. Nah! I can't award people free awards anymore. This is a sad day. Alright, well, since we have a bunch of people here, it's a good time, it's better time as any, it's as good a time as any, to give people the shout out. Give the Royal Maximilians the shout out. Okay, let's have a look. Members. I see all the people who got the free membership. A lot of them have now not got memberships anymore. Alright, so we got Jonas with 25 months of Royal Maximilian. We got Core Gamer with 22 months of Royal Maximilian. We got Josie with 20 months of Royal Maximilian. King of Fools with 16 months of Royal Maximilian. Digits with 15 months of Royal Maximilian. Orangey with 8 months of Royal Maximilian. Tiana and Chris with 26 months of Royal Maximilian. And Rocky with 11 months of Royal Maximilian. Thank you to all the members, and a special thank you to all the Royal Maximilians. I got a free award thingy. I'll do it. Well, I was gonna say a lot of them have expired now. The ones that were free, I can see it. I can see it like on the map, where it's like it's because they were gifted at the end of June. And so at the end of July they ran out, of course. And now we're back to the normal amount of members. Well, the same amount as we had prior to the gifting. Yeah. If only would be nice for Rorius to get an official sponsor. I mean, I wish. Sponsor Raid Shadow Legends. Now you guys are my sponsor. So it's you guys who get the shout out because you're the ones who are my sponsor. I don't have there's no company willing to sponsor YouTube with 3,000 subscribers. Yeah. It's Rorius, sponsored by you. Sponsored by you. Thank you everyone who are members. I really appreciate it. Anyway, let's continue. What have we got here? Playing Portal on Steam Link. Why is all the text gone dark? The heck? Wait. I'll just refresh the page. There we go. That's better. Okay. Oh, weird. Oh, interesting. The portal text, like, or is that a mod you use to make the clean portals?
Required test
I think it's might be a
protocol.
mod.
We can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
I was gonna say, because I thought the like Steam Link version had like a really low res version of the portals, but no, I think it's a nice clean. Oh, is that DirectX 8 portals? Is it? Oh, okay. Oh, that's just straight up DirectX 8 portals. Interesting.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues.
Doing this on
No
the
further compliance
phone.
information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test.
You can't move and shoot at the same time. It's like. Yeah, I was aware of that, but I just didn't. I just don't think I've ever done it with Portal 1. Or if I have, I just don't remember it.
Please note that we have added a consequence for failure. Any contact with the chamber floor will result in an unsatisfactory mark on your official testing record, followed by death. Good luck.
Imagine a bot that would randomly plug ads into in the chat. They could. Don't give them ideas, Zach. That would do. That's the thing they would totally do. What the? Why are they jiggling? The Portal 1 like radio music, I'll leave that there, I'll give you a cheeky like. The Portal 1 radio music now triggers my brain because I use that radio music as my phone. You'll hear it if I get a phone call on stream. I use the Portal 1 radio song as my call sound. So when I hear it in Portal 1, I immediately my body like tenses up as if I'm getting a phone call. Yeah. That's why, like, I say I after I did it with the Portal 1 radio music, I refuse to do it with any other music because I don't want any other music to have that happen to it. There's other music I used to have as my alarms, like my wake up alarms, and I still react to those songs to this day, even though I don't use them as alarm songs. So I don't want to like get any new songs. All my like phone ring sound and my alarms and stuff like that, I refuse to get any new sounds of things that I like because I'll learn to hate them. Exactly. No, you're drunk. Exactly. That is why I refuse to add any new songs to that list of songs I react to. Oh, it's the free coins back. Yay, wait. Free claim. Yeah, alright. So, a video that's helpful. That's what we're going for today. The 70s toy that faked AI with an 8-track. Oh. Thank you for turning me on. Okay.
Does this fella here look familiar? Not me, this chap. If he does, if you remember one of these from your childhood, you might be a similar age to myself. 78. That's when this came out. 1978. This is 2XL. An educational entertainment toy. That's where the 2XL name comes from. It's supposed to help you 2XL in your knowledge. It's not really a robot, it does look like one. Its brain is an 8-track cartridge. Not just one though, there are a load of different titles available for this, a surprising number in fact. And it was only on the market in its original guise for just a few years, end of the 70s into the 1980s, although it was sold around the world and it's still fondly remembered by a lot of people nowadays. Now, of course, I wanted to demonstrate
my
this to
time.
you, but the first thing I had to do was to get one working. And my first obstacle was finding the right power supply. The 2XL doesn't run on batteries and mine was missing its DC adapter. And it's complicated by the fact it uses a power jack that's more commonly employed as a microphone or earphone socket, and I don't know what voltage it needs. Now, fortunately, there's an old 2XL fan site that confirms it uses a 9-volt adapter. And while I've got plenty of multi-voltage adapters in the house with numerous different connectors, the one plug none of them came with was a 3.5mm jack.
Yeah.
But after a bit of searching online, I managed to find this. It's designed to power multiple pedal boards, but it's also exactly what's needed to bring the 2XL back to life. Okay, so now I've got the power, but it's best if I don't test this with any of its proper cartridges yet, as the pressure pads in all those have disintegrated. So for its first test, I'm just going to use it with a normal music 8-track cart, and I already know that this one plays well in other machines. In fact, it's one of the posher carts, the ones that use the sprung metal pads. So here goes. Okay, so the music is playing fine, but the playhead just isn't responding to any button presses. It seems to be stuck at its bottommost position, so it can only play through Program 4. Taking a look inside also reveals that the plastic holder that surrounds the playhead is snapped at the top. So even if I got this moving properly, accurate head alignment is going to be an issue. So perhaps this is not the droid I'm looking for. Luckily, there are 2 of them. Yeah, I know. Now, I'd bought this second one because it came bundled with some carts, and I was really just after the carts, but I thought it might be useful to have a spare, and it turns out that was right. Anyway, let's give this one a try. So the good news here is that the head mechanism is working properly on this when I can pick any of the 4 tracks. The bad news though is that we've got this very wobbly sound and there's this annoying tapping as well. I can see the head clamp on this one is intact, so overall this seems to be the best candidate of the 2 to try and get working properly. There's a lot of screws in this. We've got 3 across here. 3 up there, 3 up there, 2
device.
at the top, another 2 down here. So this could take some time. While I'm doing this, I'll just mention that I do remember these being out in the UK, although I didn't quite understand what was going on with them at the time. I was quite young and I saw a robot that didn't seem to move or do anything, and I never saw one demonstrated, so I wasn't very interested in them. Well, that's all the screws out. They used 4 different sizes. Let's see if we can get these 2 halves apart. Now, of course, there's a speaker in the back, so that's going to be wired up to the front. There we go. I don't know if you can see that. It's hard to get the focus on it, but it's Tanashin, or Tanashin, the company behind the cheap cassette mechanisms. I say the company behind them, although, of course, nowadays they're being remanufactured by other companies to an even lower standard than the original.
I like this guy's accent.
Yeah, this is difficult to get into 2 pieces. Okay, what I need to do is get this cartridge mechanism and pull it forwards out of the back of the case. Now, those 3 screws I took out before, those were holding it to this side, so really it should just slide out now, but it just doesn't want to. It's stuck fast. Aha, there we go. Talking with a torch in my mouth. Right. Okay, we can get a better look at this now. I'm just taking the speaker out of the back. It just makes it easier to deal with. Yeah, Yeah, it seems like some tape has got itself wrapped around the capstan there. And I've got to guess that that's not a good idea. So we need to clean that off. Let's see if it sounds any better without that on there.
Oh. Significantly better.
Right, that was it. It was
Yeah.
just this bit of tape that was wrapped around the capstan.
Causing it to be.
And of course, then that's not pulling the tape through properly when you put the cartridge in there, but it was also making an awful banging sound as it rotated, and it's fine now. Right, so just a matter of cleaning all the contacts on this now, and put a bit of grease on bits that need grease, and you can pop it back together again. So this is really the heart of the 2XL, this section here.
I love this
because
shit.
Unlike an normal 8-track 2XL can jump to
I
a
would be too
specific
afraid to do
program,
this with ancient
because we've
tech.
got our 4 buttons
That
on the
I'd be
front
too afraid
here,
I'm
so we
gonna
can go
break it.
straight from program 1
But I love
to
seeing
program 4.
old tech
On
like
a normal 8-track
taken apart
system,
like this.
you'd be pressing the button multiple times. You'd sequentially move through the programs. But here, we can go to any of the 4 programs just by pressing one button. So at the moment, we're on program 1. That's the head against the cartridge. And if I press program 4, it drops all the way to the bottom of the tape. And again, go up to the top, down to the bottom, program 2. The mechanism reminds me a little bit of a mechanical telephone exchange.
Pew pew. Yeah.
And it doesn't sound
It is
too
alright.
dissimilar to that either.
Yeah.
I suspect it's based around rather similar principles in that I'm pressing one button on the front and then it's converting that internally into what are effectively multiple button presses.
Yeah.
Now the belt on this one is fine. There's absolutely no need to swap that out. It's perfectly capable of doing its job. The next thing we have to do is get those cartridges fixed up. So let's pop this back together and start on that. I'll just show you the cartridges that came with the machines I bought. I got a total of 6 here. Guinness Book of Records,
Those
Fairy
buttons
Tale
sound
Quiz,
satisfying. They are.
Science Fiction 2, 50s and 60s Nostalgia, and Superheroes and Comic Books Cavalcade.
I'm such a hoarder collector type. I never even heard of this before, and I'm immediately like, oh, this would be cool. This would be cool to collect. I like vintage stuff.
Interesting.
Cartridges
this one, 50s
and-
and 60s Nostalgia. Shows that they've got quite a
Yeah.
varied catalogue on this. Bear in mind that you'd have a child with this in the late 1970s. They might have their age in single digits. They certainly wouldn't remember the 1950s, so that's something for the parents to play. Also along the bottom here, notice it says, in order to use this program in 2XL, the buttons must be relabelled with the card that's enclosed. Of course, I don't have the card anymore, but you can see here, A is true, B is false, C is yes, and D is no. Of course, on the machine itself, your standard card has a different layout to that. They do the same thing with the Science Fiction 2 as well. So, yeah, ideally I'd have the cards that went along with these, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure we can play them
I'm so curious to
without.
see
Now,
this.
all of these need fixing. So let's just start on this one
Right,
and work our way through.
I wish some
Now,
variants
8-track
of numbers
cartridges
of
are held
memberships
together in various different.
you can give here on YouTube. Yeah, well, we apparently can do 50 now. So instead of giving you like the option to do 1 or 2, they just made it so it's like you got 5, you got 10, and you got 50.
Ways I
The
can see
heck?
these ones use plastic tabs. Unfortunately, they can be pulled apart, although you've got to be careful with these ones because sometimes they can snap off, so it might just take me a couple of minutes. Okay, so this is what remains of the sponge. We've got the plastic backing piece here, onto which was glued, that's the remainder of the glue on it there, a sponge, and on the
Just
outside of that sponge
disintegrated.
was this piece of plastic that the tape glides over. So that survived, it's just the sponge in the middle that's gone. Now we need to clean this piece of plastic off, and to that I'm going to attach some of my usual dust excluder stuff. It's not normal draft excluder. Whenever I've shown this, I've got a few people say, oh, you can use any old stuff. Not exactly. You see, this is a little bit different because we've got a glossy plastic coating on here, which is just like that stuff there. So we've got the sponge in the middle, we've got the adhesive backing on it, and then the tape glides over the top of this. That's the important thing. If you got
Right.
something that was just the middle bit, just the spongy bit, the tape would be gripping onto it. So yeah, make sure you get something that has that glidey surface on there. Anyway, need to clean this off, so I'm just going to use a paint scraper. Now you could just flip this over, but sometimes you have difficulty getting them back in the machine if the glue's, sorry, back in the cartridge if the glue's still on here. Okay, so I'll just cut a length of this off. It doesn't have to match perfectly just yet. We pop it onto there, and actually that's not bad. Pretty close. Now the other thing I have to do is cut a section in the middle, because there's a little peg inside here, and it goes on either side of there. And that should do it. So just pop it back together now, making sure we don't trap the tape in any part of it. Right, 1 down, 5 to go. I've changed my technique a little bit. I've started to use 2 separate blocks of this stuff. It just means it's a little bit more springy.
I agree, Malik.
Yeah, I
They
think
should
that's
just
a bit
allow you to
better.
choose however many you want.
Right, moving on. And I've started to use a bit of isopropyl alcohol on this glue as well, because it was still quite sticky, and that seems to just free it up a little bit. Makes for a cleaner finish once it's scraped off. Right, they're all done now. That didn't take too long. All ready to play, so let's have a go. Let's go for the science fiction one.
So strange.
Push the Q. Which show has moon base alpha? I will give you 3 choices. Is the show A, Star Trek, B, Space 1999, or C, UFO? Please answer A, B, or C now.
I wasn't listening.
Apparently you are a real sci-fi fan, because you are correct. Space 1999 did have moon base alpha. If you remember, there was a big explosion which pushed the moon out of Earth's orbit. I am getting tired now, so this will be your last
They seem to have
question.
both fixed and also choice of wanted number of
Since
memberships.
you
Right,
are
that's how it should be on
obviously
here as
quite
well.
Intelligent and got this question
BS
about
that it's
Space
not that way.
1999 correct. Here is a more difficult science fiction question. David Bruce Banner is a doctor on TV, but sometimes he turns into something else. What other character does David Bruce Banner become? I will give you 3 choices. A, Spider-Man, B, Scalpel Man, or C, the Incredible Hulk. Please answer A, B, or C now.
Okay, let's pick the wrong one this time. We'll go for Spider-Man. Actually, we'll go for the second one. Was it Scalpel Man? We'll leave it on B.
You answered B, and this is not correct. In this particular case, however, I will give you another chance to be correct. So please push A, B, or C now.
Okay, let's go for Spider-Man this time, though.
Even though I gave you 2 chances, you are not correct. You have answered Spider-Man, and the correct answer was C, the Incredible Hulk. I gave you 2 chances because I don't want to get the Incredible Hulk angry. We know what happens in that case, don't we? Thank you for turning me on. I am 2XL, and this program will pit my electronic brain against your biological thinking unit in the area of nostalgia. Please remember to choose answers only after I say the word now. Yes or no, the singing hostess of the Chevrolet show was Connie Stevens. Is this accurate? Answer yes or no now. I detect a superior biological unit in my presence. You have answered correctly. In fact, Dinah Shore was the singing hostess of the Chevrolet show. You are correct.
2XL relied on a very simple idea, an existing technology that was cleverly utilised in a way to make you think that this device was perhaps more intelligent or more
No, it's
sophisticated than it was.
the way the
all based
tapes
around
work.
8-track cartridge. These have been on the market since the mid-1960s in the US, and by the time 2XL came on the scene in the late 1970s, the mechanisms for playing these back had become so cheap they could form the heart of a child's toy. However, if you're unfamiliar with the 8-track cartridge, I just want to play you a bit of a video I shot some time ago that explains how these work. So here we go.
Now, an 8-track cartridge is a continuous loop of tape. If an album has 40 minutes on it, it will have
a 10-minute loop approximately, which goes around and around. Well, how does 10 minutes fit 40 minutes worth of music on it? Well, it divides it into 4 programs. Now, when the tape reaches the end, there's a metallic coating on it, which drops the playhead down to continue on the next program, and similarly all the way down to the end of the cartridge. The tape head looks like this. We've got a left and a right channel. If we want to play the first program, it goes at the top of the tape and plays tracks 1 and 5 together to produce a stereo sound. And then when it moves down to the next program, it goes to tracks 2 and 6. Next program, track 3 and 7, and next 4 and 8.
Here we have 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and Twitch you can do 100 at once.
Cartridges for the
yeah,
2XL, it's the same kind of cartridge. It's
hey,
just a 4-program audio tape again. But
this is a fascinating
audio
video.
has been very cleverly structured and arranged in such a way to enable the user to follow a branching narrative path as they jump between the 4 individual programs.
I'll give you questions 15 and 16 together. I'll make 16 easier if you get 15 wrong, and I'll make 16 harder if you get 15 right. But in either case, I'll give you 2 chances at 16 if you need it. Okay, let's go. Question 15. Hold on to your hats. Don Herbert played what character on TV? A. Get Smart, or B. Mr. Wizard. Please answer A or B now. Good button pushing. You are right. Don Herbert played Mr. Wizard on TV. But now, as I promised,
I was gonna
since you
guess
got
Mr.
15
Wizard.
right, I'll have to make 16 harder for you.
Now, you might have noticed when we took a look inside this earlier on that it does use a standard stereo playback head, and that's despite the fact that it doesn't really need stereo to perform its function, and it's only got a single mono speaker on the back for the output. There's no headphone socket on here. But then again, it makes perfect sense for them to use a standard off-the-shelf component like that, because it will be tried and tested, and it will be used in a number of different 8-track cartridge players, and most importantly, it would be cheaper than having something made specifically for this. And by using that stereo component, it enables us to have the facility to play back any normal music 8-track cartridge, and you'd hear what was on both the left and right stereo channels, even though you'd just be listening through the one speaker. Any 8-track cartridge player like this one has that ability to move between those 4 programs, and that's all you need to be able to play back one of these 2XL cartridges. You've just got to remember what number relates to which option. For example, 4 is no and 2 is yes. So yeah, with any 8-track cartridge, if you've got some 2XL carts, you can play along with the games.
Section number 2. This section is about bionic people. Question number 8. What organization do Jamie Summers and Steve Austin both belong to? Or you could say work for. Here are your 3 choices. A, the FBI. B, OSI. Or C, CIO. Please answer A, B, or C now. Snap, crackle, and pop. You are correct. You have answered B, OSI. You may be interested to know that the OSI stands for the Office of Scientific Information. You have answered B, and you are correct.
Now, in the past,
Yeah. As Veggie Boy pointed out, we've been watching this for a while now. We've been watching it for 18 minutes. If you want to watch the rest, you can watch it there. He's about to explain how this works. I believe I already know how it works, but if you want to see how this actually works, how it seems to be intelligent and is capable of saying like whether you got the answer right or wrong or whatever, you can watch the original video and find that out. I think that's fascinating. I was captivated by just the vintageness of it. The collector in me really wants to collect it. All right, goodbye, you filthy beast, airline. Ooh, I have to leave the warehouse. Pardon me.
Yep,
I have to go. It's not because the building is bad. It's perfect size for the
He's very
stuff I wanna
comprehensive.
do.
Yeah, I like
The
his
price
I
is
like his
great as
videos.
well.
Never
The
seen them
landlord's a
before, but
legend, and location-wise,
I like what I
it's really
saw.
not far away from
I like his
neighborhoods and
accent
things, so
too.
there's, like shops and things a walk away. I have to leave because of the worst neighbors. Not my immediate ones. Again, they are legends, and they don't mind hearing engines rev and drums bang away. It's this place. Parafield Airport. When I originally checked out this warehouse, I did see the airport not far away and thought, well, that's stinking neato. I mean, I love anything with an engine in it, and I've got a passing fancy with planes, man. Maybe see a Beechcraft Bonanza. The Cessna 310, their first twin engine ever since the war. Oh, mate, maybe I'd hear a
breakfast just
radial
woke up
engine in
yesterday.
person. Where all
Looks
the
good.
pistons are in a circle, and it's totally wild, and is
cake.
actually related to the V-twin in motorbikes. Well, it turns out this place is mainly used as an aircraft training school, which I saw nothing against, mate. You got to learn how to fly.
It wasn't a
something.
birthday,
And
was
mate,
it?
The planes are tiny, so you wouldn't even hear them against the hustle and bustle of an industrial park. Oh, how
'Cause,
wrong I was. Turns out these things are the
I'm terrible with
loudest
birthdays,
idiots
so I
on
never
the
remember.
planet.
It's
Before
ice cream
we get to
cake.
the real
Ooh,
awfulness,
it
mate,
maybe
here's
was.
how long one pass takes from one of these planes.
Hams. What you mean, like, tell us how it works? Is that what you want? If you were asking about like how the tape thingy works, you're like, tell us, Rory, tell us. It's entirely just really clever use of the 4 tracks. So if you were to, like, let's say, if you just left it running, like if you just left the tape running on the same track, like the whole way round, it would probably start to make like nonsense. Or it might have covered that all the avenues so that it never makes nonsense. But the like fields where it's like going, we have to choose an option that's like dead space so that they can line up all the different channels so that you're always getting the right things at the right times. You're always getting the right questions or answers at the right time, no matter what track you're on. All the tracks are lined up synchronized so that it always makes sense, no matter which tracks you like go back and forth between. But if you change tracks mid like question, like if he's halfway through asking a question, you change tracks, it probably would be. It would either they've got the question on all 4 tracks, which probably would make sense, or you might, like if you got the question wrong, like if you said like, oh no, you got the question wrong, and you quickly change to the correct answer, he'll probably switch to the dialogue of you telling you got the question right, because they're all just there all together. Yeah. Anyway, this is talking about how long it takes for the airplane to pass by the warehouse. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was 100%. I wasn't 100%, but yeah. So happy birthday, happy birthday for yesterday. I hope you had a good one.
Motorbikes and cars are actually super annoying to me. Loud doesn't mean good, but they're gone within seconds. The planes crawl through the sky in comparison, and like, that one wasn't even that loud. I had to get some work done here at this warehouse where they had to get out a concrete saw.
Yeah, and branch questions. Yeah. So if you're on a track, but in that scenario, once again, if you're like on a track that has a question, where there's like two different lines have a question and 2 different lines have like an answer going at the same time. If you switch between tracks while he's asking the question or answering or responding to your answer, you might get weirdness.
No. Being a casual plane enthusiast, I have
Because they're all just synced up.
which lets you track and see planes all over the world. It's terrifying. Well, like one day I noticed that they were insanely busy with like,
But they always line up the audio so that whenever you're
4
answering a
minutes or
question,
so,
even if you're
and
getting
I'm
it
like,
wrong,
"Wait, I had to see
it'll
what
always
kind of
sound
convoy they
logical.
were sending out." Well, turns out they do laps! Where one plane can torture you for literally 2 hours. Well, mate, so like that's the awfulness, yeah? It's like the sound of a giant lawnmower where like one plane can just lap you for 2 hours, right? No,
It's,
they don't just lap one plane over us. Mate, they launch convoys of planes all doing laps.
It's because-
mate, my favorite bit
If they get 3 of them in the air doing laps at once, it guarantees there to be endless noise. Oh, mate, and even better, you can still hear the first one as the second plane arrives.
This happens in places where you have pilots training. If you have a training, like an airfield where pilots train, they have to do loops and stuff like that to get their flight time up. Okay. Yeah, Vinci Boy, we do, these streams do go for like 4 hours. So, I hope you have a good night. Yeah, see you later. The noise you mentioned actually syncs all the questions and stuff up. Yeah, exactly. Like those, when the noise is happening, all 4 tapes are making similar noise. Like all 4 tapes are basically, they're probably making the exact same noise, so that when you switch between tracks, it doesn't sound like you're switching between audio tracks. It just sounds like the same sound coming through. And yeah, again, if you change tracks when you're not supposed to, you could get weirdness, because it is actually just four audio tracks playing at the same time, essentially, and you're just switching between them. But yeah, anyway, oh, it is actually different, the different sounds. Oh, okay. I was gonna say there are multiple airfields around New Zealand that I know people complain about because they have people going into the Air Force training at them. So there's frequent plane noise because the pilots have to, take off, prove their skills at flying, and then prove their skill at landing. And you have to do that a lot if you're training to fly. So at any airfield that has people training, you're gonna have a lot of plane noises.
I have 3 music degrees, and if 2 notes are almost the same, they sound the worst. Now imagine the sound if 2 giant lawnmowers are almost in sync.
Yeah.
It's a headache factory. Well, at least they never lap more than 3 planes at
Oh,
once.
right.
Well, that's a lie. I'm here to report there was a day where they had 7. 7! You can't imagine the sound that made. And you don't have to, because I recorded it. Oh, mate, so like that's the awfulness then. So like giant lawnmower sound at the volume of a concrete saw lapping over your head endlessly every weekday 9 to 5. Oh, mate, that's truly rough. No, 9 to 5 weekdays.
Yeah.
That's cute. No, 7 days a week, 24 hours. They never close. Sundays, public holidays, mate, they don't care.
It's Good Friday. First thing in the morning.
Like, I've gotten here at 6 a.m. to get some filming done, and they got started at 6:30 a.m. Mawson Lakes is nearby, which is a beautiful little mini city, like it's super lovely. Well, they get lapped at 10 p.m. Anyone living normal working hours, you're trying to sleep at that hour.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Speaking of planes, there goes one right now. I was like, is that in the video, or is that in real life?
Nearby, and like, surely they'd hate this, and you bloody bet they do. Folks have gotten coverage on main news forming protests about this.
The plane noise pollution sending Adelaide residents into a spin.
Here at Parafield Airport, small aircraft can take off from 4 different runways 7 days a week.
Like a flying lawnmower.
Going all the time, it's just constant.
It's just hopeless.
Have you thought about moving out?
The thing is that I can't afford to move out.
You know, it's real sad. Like, people want the government to see what's happening, and it's like, oh, sorry to break it to you, mate, but it's like the government's idea, hey. And then the airport's made a statement saying, well, yeah, the noise is awful, but it makes money. You know, speaking to locals and reading online, like, it was never an issue until 10 years ago when it became the Hong Kong-owned flight school. That's when the lapse began.
So it didn't used to be a flight school. That's when you start to get a real problem. Just gonna put this down here. That's when you get a real problem, is when, you know, it's near a residential zone, and it didn't used to be a flight school. Player 2 joins the game. The sight of a flying lawnmower is terrifying. Well, not much more terrifying than a plane flying over.
No one minded casual flyers coming and going, or emergency landings by the heroic Royal Flying Doctor Service or CFS, and honestly the laps are the biggest issue, like the days when they just fly away and don't lap. It's not bad. Like, folks wonder, why do I need a warehouse? And it's because I want to play with cars and drums all day and night, and I don't want to be that neighbor ruining up folks' peace. I rent a dump hole amongst industry to not cause bother, and in return, like, I don't have to deal with complaints. It's a two-way street. And, you know, these folks are allowed to make as much noise as they want at any hour, and even poison the air while doing it. Avgas has lead in it. Oh, mate, it's only got a little bit of lead in it. No, There's no such thing as a healthy amount of lead. No percent. Luckily, most of the learner planes are diesel. Most of the casual flyers are flying old bangers needing lead in them.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. It's like, yeah, maybe the airfield existed before the houses existed, but most of those houses were built while the airport. Well, I imagined, I guessed at this. The houses were built during a period where the airport was barely used. Yeah. Plus that droning noise is just draining on the soul.
You can still hear it.
And like real estate agents are dodgy. Now I looked around, a house listed right under the Parafield Laps. It was listed as perfect for people with a silent lifestyle.
Wow.
Every hobby has to make concessions on noise, mate. If you want to drive your car fast, you go to a track. If you want to hit a golf ball, you have to go to a range. Oh, come on, if these things have to be that loud, like, surely there should be strict lanes they have to adhere to. Like, big planes have to. I mean, we do as drivers. We can't just drive wherever we like. It's so sad. South Australia is one of the most desolate states there is. One of the least populated places on the planet, where all of us are piled into these little clumps, and they have to lap over most of them. And look, the airplane laps are super important. It's about control with changing wind conditions, and laying down perfect laps is harder than it looks. They do laps elsewhere, but then, like, look at this. It's nighttime, right? Sleeping time. The hall stays empty, but no. Let's lap over these poor people.
I've been to Adelaide. It's a beautiful city.
I've never had migraines in my life. You know, hearing this noise for one day is one thing, but after months, it's mentally destroying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That droning noise destroys your brain in a like a mental kind of way. Yeah, oof. Adelaide, generally speaking, my family went to Adelaide, visited Adelaide years ago. It's a really nice city. It's very dry, very, like, desertous, but I loved it there. It's the city, I always talk about how it's the city Adelaide is the city that taught me that I don't... It's not so much that I don't like heat, it's that I don't like humidity. Adelaide is hot, but it is dry, and I was like, I loved it. I loved it there. Anyway, why do some NES games say starting machine? Oh.
Have you ever seen an NES game do this? It's always perplexed me a little. What is the machine in this context, and why does it need to start it? Is it just a loading screen? If so, why does it need to load? Pretty much all NES games I can think of start instantly, so why can't this one? Well, if you've seen this screen, I have some bad news. You were unlucky enough to receive an unlicensed Nintendo game.
I'm not familiar with this, but I don't really know much about NES.
Yes, this was an artifact of Nintendo's infamous licensing scheme, the one that ensured the likes of Beat 'em and Eat 'em would never appear on the family-friendly NES. I'm sure you've heard the story. Nintendo was the first console manufacturer to implement a licensing scheme for third parties, and the first to implement a lockout chip in their hardware, enforcing that policy and preventing unauthorized code from running. This was largely a response to the video game Crash of 1983, a time when games were selling so poorly in the US that Atari was having to dump unsold cartridges in landfills. Brave of Nintendo to want to release a console at that time, but actually things were a little bit different in glorious Nippon. That very same year, Nintendo had released the Famicom there, and it was a runaway success, so naturally, with the right strategy, they felt they could recreate that success overseas as well. And part of that strategy would be to not let its game library spiral out of control and become the Wild West. And no, I'm not just talking about Custer's Revenge, though that is certainly relevant
Wow.
here. And in the end, it paid off. The NES was a smash hit worldwide due in no small part to the fact that Nintendo ensured a certain degree of quality in its game library. And when you think about it, that's kind of the magic ingredient to any great game console, the perception that
At least
it's
UFOs
somehow
make no noise.
special.
Sure.
But despite the fact that this practice helped massively to revive the console industry and quickly became standard practice with all console manufacturers from then on, back then, not everyone accepted it, particularly when it came to developers in America. I guess they really wanted to see some more 8-bit porn. And on that bombshell, let me take a moment to thank the sponsor of this video, Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning platform with
You guys know what
almost
Skillshare is,
anything you
right?
can imagine.
You
I
don't need
love
to
learning.
watch the
Skillshare
ad.
link in the description file. And now back to this. Now, to be fair, Nintendo's approach was a little heavy-handed and arguably was a little greedy. Let's say you wanted to make an NES game. Well, assuming you passed the whole approval process, now you're going to need some cartridges to sell to all the little kiddies. Now, who's the only cartridge manufacturer in town? Why, it's Nintendo, of course. And they want you to buy at least 10,000 cartridges up front. Don't think you can sell that many? Tough shit. That's how many you're paying
Cartridges
for.
are
You can also
expensive
only
compared
release
to
5
discs.
games per year at a time when games could frequently be
That's
made
why
by a
discs
handful of
did so
people in
well
just a
later
few
on.
months.
Is that discs
To
are
top it
just
all
so
off, you
much
were
cheaper to
contractually obligated
produce.
to keep each game exclusive to the NES for at least 2 years. Basically, it's not hard to see why Nintendo made so many enemies.
Rorius,
in
please
the
tell us
80s.
about
Third
Skillshare.
parties had so many hoops to jump through, and they had a ton
You
of
want to
financial
learn
risk
something
just to
new?
get a game out there.
Go with
For
Skillshare. Maybe I
small
should use
companies, there was
Skillshare
a lot at stake,
to
with
learn my
very
C++
little guarantee of
stuff that I
return.
want to learn.
Indeed, some companies reportedly never made a profit at all from the NES
Thing is,
due to being stuck.
what I'm actually trying to do with C++ is more like, I have it somewhere. I'm looking at it. I'm looking through a. I won't interrupt it because I'm like halfway through a thing. I'm looking at a document that's basically like a, for Unity developers who want to develop on C++ engines, here is a crash course for learning C++. But like, as I said, I have already learned C++. I've used C++ before, but I just need to refresh my brain so that I know what so that hopefully I know what I'm talking about or doing when I'm in this test. But let's not think about that. It makes me immediately anxious just thinking about
This all
it.
brings us to Color Dreams, one such small American developer that had no interest in Nintendo's restrictive licensing scheme. Well, that's all well and good. There is technically nothing stopping you from releasing unlicensed games, but of course there is that pesky lockout chip preventing any consumers from actually running them. With a lot of developers not willing to play along, a lot of people made attempts to circumvent this chip. Former console king Atari, under the name Tengen, created a clone of the chip by, and this is true, lying to the government to receive a copy of Nintendo's patent. They obviously got sued to hell. Others would implement far more primitive
Wow.
approaches, like forcing players to attach a licensed game so the unlicensed one could pass its lockout chip through, but Color Dreams had something a little different up its sleeve. The NES lockout chip was actually a little crude. It would attempt to authenticate with a corresponding chip in the cartridge, and if that authentication failed, it would simply reset the console and try again. By resetting the console over and over, games would effectively be rendered unplayable. There wasn't any more to the lockout than that. However, since this mechanism was so simple, it was also fairly easy to disable. I've already shown in an earlier video that it can be bypassed just by cutting one of the chip's pins, but you obviously can't ask the buyers of your game to do that, so what's the closest alternative? Check out this pin out of an NES cartridge. At the top you can see 4 pins that are dedicated to the lockout chip, also known as the checking integrated circuit, or SIC. Now you can see how more primitive approaches managed to pass through a genuine lockout chip so easily. What Color Dreams discovered was that those pins went directly to the lockout chip with basically no protection. And if they just sent a little innocuous jolt of high voltage electricity to those pins, they could temporarily knock it offline, allowing their unlicensed games to play uninterrupted. Which finally brings us to this starting machine text. No, nothing is actually loading. It's here because it may take some
Rorius.
time to deal the finishing blow to the lockout chip. After all, if this is what you saw just after buying a brand new game and no amount of blowing on it seemed to make it go away, you probably would assume it was completely broken. That wouldn't be very Christian of it. So they show the screen to indicate the game is actually running. The label on the game even says to wait up to 9 flashes for the game to start. Yeah, these flashes, as in the lockout chip trying to fight back. It also says to wait 7 seconds between power off and power on because, surprise surprise, spiking chips with more voltage than they're designed for makes them unstable and they need some time to recover. But wait, this game doesn't say Color Dreams on it. Ah, the ruse continues. Nintendo obviously wasn't a fan of people bypassing their protection scheme, but since Color Dreams hadn't broken any laws or signed any contracts, there wasn't much Nintendo could do legally to prevent them from selling their games. They did add some protection circuitry to make voltage spikes harder, but Color Dreams found ways around that too. That's not to say the voltage spike method was flawless, far from it, but Nintendo never managed to fully prevent it until the Super Nintendo. But one thing they could do was pressure game stores by threatening to withdraw all official cartridges if they were found to be selling unlicensed ones. Most retailers complied, and Color Dreams started having a lot of trouble just getting their games out.
Color Dreams is the leader in non-infringing Nintendo-compatible game cartridges. Color Dreams has taken preventative measures against patent infringement from the start. Our game cartridges are designed with the help of a legal team consisting of its own counsel as well as outside patent counsel to ensure that the games are infringement-free.
Also, Fireball, yeah,
sounds
I'll
like
check it
you're
out.
putting too much effort into this. It worries
I'll check it out
me
at the end of the
more
stream.
that you're putting that much effort into it. It's like someone
Probably,
coming up to you and
probably
saying,
after the
"Hi,
stream,
I'm
depending
not
on
a
how many
murderer."
videos we get through.
Great, I guess. Why do you feel the need to bring it up?
Sussy machine.
Cartridge case design to our lockout chip. You can see it is the goal of Color Dreams to engineer around rather than challenge patented technology.
Speaking of being anxious, I wonder if we should
What does the
embrace the
light blue have
foolishness.
to do with that? Did you really have to do the light blue? You can see it is the goal of Color Dreams to pick the weirdest color possible for our Nintendo cartridges.
The fact that Nintendo has not sued Color Dreams is perhaps your best assurance that our games are infringement-free.
Yeah, that's probably the best proof.
Wow.
I'm not a murderer. I haven't killed anyone yet. Eventually, Color Dreams started to look to other distribution channels that couldn't be influenced by Nintendo. And they did eventually find one in the form of Christian bookstores. Yeah, since they don't sell anything
Why was it
fun,
called
Nintendo
Cum
had no
Books?
leverage over them and therefore couldn't stop Color Dreams from selling games there. So, under the label Wisdom Tree, Color Dreams could carry on releasing unlicensed, now religious, games like this one. In fact, many early Wisdom Tree games were just re-releases of their existing games, but with new Christian themes. I've always been fascinated by unlicensed cartridges. It's the same fascination I have with console modding in general, but compared to what we're used to today, or even in the 90s and 2000s,
This reminds me of that,
technology back then was
is that
far
Doom
more primitive.
clone
I was kind of curious about
that's
how
a religious
exactly
Doom.
this for their lockout circumvention leaked,
Welcome to the
so
stream.
we can actually take a look at exactly how it all worked. It details various different
Oh,
versions
that
of
video
the
you sent
lockout.
is an 18-minute
So
video?
good.
Or
Several
is this
other
video
versions
18
of the
minutes?
spell check they could use.
No, so the one
There
you
are
sent is
several
18 minutes.
releases
So
that
yeah,
use
we'll
an
watch it.
array
I'll
of
watch it
different
after the
voltages and
after the
timings.
stream.
Negative 0.7 volts here, negative 2.25 there, 2 milliseconds, 10 microseconds. Reading it, you get a very palpable sense of how much of a balancing act it was to spike the chip just enough to stun it, but not enough to cause, quote, overheating and crashing. All while trying to accommodate both newer models that have protection circuitry requiring more volts to bypass, and older models with no protection where those same high voltages would be very dangerous. And all in the name of Jesus, really. What would Jesus do? He would fry your Nintendo, you fucking heathen. One version of the circuit has as many as 9 different methods that it switches between to account for as many scenarios as possible. But they never managed to get 100% success. Even in the most recent design listed here, as many as 13% of their test consoles still couldn't be cracked, and at the end they finally proposed just making an actual clone chip, conceding that voltage spikes will probably never be fully compatible. At least they intended to clone it without violating any copyrights, which is more than could be said for Tengen. Then again, Tengen was the only company to actually succeed in cloning the 10NES back then. Sadly, Color Dreams never managed to do it. Their last two console releases were Sunday Funday, a game which still uses the same tried and true-ish voltage spike method, and Super Noah's Ark 3D, where they were reduced to using the piggyback approach. Color Dreams, or more specifically Wisdom Tree, is still around, at least
Super
that's what they
3D
say.
Noah's
Apparently
Ark
only
or something.
redistributing and remastering their old NES games to use them for
Everyone's
play
gangster
systems and
until
on PC.
combos.
It is in fact possible to buy Super 3D Noah's Ark on
Yeah,
Steam.
that's the one.
but
That's
will
the
I?
Doom clone.
No. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this deep dive into something that I find
Yeah, fascinating. Like fascinating that they got away with it. You know that Nintendo didn't sue them to oblivion for making non-licensed games. Crash Bandicoot Trilogy animated in 7 minutes. Ooh, ooh, this is by Nuso Digital. Interesting.
The vortex, the vortex is not ready. It's alive.
Bit quiet. Wait. Whoa.
Crash.
I was about to say I like that it was all like wordless. I like the eyes looking in different directions. He's riding his will. Hmm. That's a classic trope. Oh my god, the Twin Sanity music. Just throw all that Twin Sanity music in.
We need to find our enemy. Jam crystals, jam crystals, jam crystals.
We're sorry. The number you reached has been disconnected.
Crash Bandicoot 2. Vortex strikes back.
Oh, the music in Crash 2 is so good.
Oh.
Yeah, came the blue gem. Self-control. Hollow Knight, Crash, Mario, Kirby, Medieval. Medieval! It's in that list. I like Ripperoo.
Buzz, 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 buzz.
I need to sleep. I was like, where's the swarm? Where's the swarm of them? It's literally throwing fruit at it. When you stand back and observe these games objectively, you're suddenly like, ah, yeah, that is what that is what it's been doing, which is really silly.
Free at last. Free at last.
No, with evil has come. Crash Bandicoot.
What?
Bring it on. Gems. Pressure.
Wow.
Pressure.
I know the feeling. It's so true. Like, oh my god. It's so true. That's been like the most legit thing. This is the cheese thing we're talking about. Throw cheese at you. It's like, oh shit. They could have done that actually. They could have made Coco the character to go into the temple levels. But they did not. They kept Coco for the specialty levels. Fucking barrel dudes.
Crash Bandicoot, for the last time, give me the crystals.
It's like, oh, okay. We'll just fight each other then. Finn. Yeah, I mean, that's the original. The original trilogy. That's where it ends. I was gonna mention something at the very start because it's been implied by Crash 4 that the Crash starts off because of the time travel that happens in Crash 4. But that's not canon in the original trilogy. So, yeah. Oh, clip not available. Cat Dog posted a clip, but it's not available. Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay has a mental breakdown. Okay.
First of all, I'd like to say a big you for helping me
Big
pass
fuck
10 subscribers. I'm because 10 people. That's absolutely nothing. Why?
I can't believe you've done this.
Burgers. Because you know I love burgers, right? And just literally break. And what I'm going to do for you now is the most disgusting burger. But I took some blocks of butter, fucked it, and then shoved it up my butt. Right. Now the secret behind any great burger, you fat pig, is in the gates. Crank that shit up high. Lit, flex. Okay, keep it real. Okay. Now I'm literally lit. Woo, thick. Yes, hey. These are beautiful, thick butt, and the flavour in these things are incredible. Okay, I quite like a nice sort of thick butt and a nice wide
Gordon,
spread.
yeah.
Nice.
Oh my
I want
God.
them inside. but that is
Finn.
piping hot there.
They're not Finn.
Beautiful.
Finn.
Now, I'm going to change the season. Splendid. This is where this burger's going to go up a different level.
Snaps his fingers.
Take that.
Yeah, boy.
It's amazing too.
Come on. That looks disgusting. Perfect.
Perfect.
Don't worry about that, okay? Sauce.
So need someone to make Rorius
Let them
YouTube
cook.
poop.
Squish that cat.
Yeah, no one's made a
Take the
YouTube
bacon
poop
off,
for me yet.
fly off.
That is
toast.
part of why people don't do YouTube poops much these days. It's so much
plate's gonna be over.
editing.
Okay. Now for the exciting part.
Just to think of one of these,
Look at those
it
eggs.
takes so long to edit. Like a single, like,
butter crack. They're helping me pass.
like this video, how long is it? It's at 2 minutes 50. Shit.
But wait.
This must have taken fucking like weeks of.
Okay, I
Must
quite
have been like
like
weeks of fucking editing.
My lord. Oh, come on. That burger has a burger. 10 subscribers. From the bottom of my butt, a big fuck you to all of you. Now, I know there's someone out there that's dying to take the bacon off. Taste my big buns, okay? That burger has a burger, 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 has a burger.
I don't know why, but that last edit there reminded me of oh, what the hell's the name of the creator? Syriac? Does anyone know the Syriac videos? Or gives me fear is where people know where to get a specific audio clip to make a new sentence. Well, yeah, exactly. They know, they somehow see all the clip. They must have had like a full, let's say, 10-minute cooking video. And they somehow were able to just like staple it together to do this. To do this shit. I'm always baffled by that. 30,000. This was in my recommended, actually. I believe this came up in my recommended, but I didn't watch it. See, what with $30,000? What could you get in the 90s?
It's the 1990s, and as a kid back then, one computer company loomed large when it came to super powerful systems. You had heard of them, but these systems were hugely expensive and beyond the reach of normal people. They were used to develop some of the most graphically impressive games of the time and the films you watched. That company was SGI, and this is one of their workstations, the Octane 2. We're going to have a bit of a play with this machine and have a look at some of the history surrounding it. SGI started life as a manufacturer of raster terminals, which is essentially the bitmap equivalent of a green screen dumb terminal, only you could put pixels on the screen rather than just text. It made use of the geometry pipeline Gene Clark and Mark Hanna created at Stanford. This raster terminal also made use of a Motorola 68000 as the CPU, which meant that SGI realized that they could turn their terminal into a standalone computer, which eventually they did. This standalone machine would run System 5 Unix and was the basis for SGI's initial reputation as a graphics workstation company.
Machine.
The 68000 soon became the limiting factor for SGI's workstation capabilities, and given RISC was the next big thing, SGI found a new RISC CPU from MIPS to base their new machines around. The Iris 4D was the first SGI machine to make use of the MIPS CPU, and would also see SGI rename its version of System 5 Unix to IRIX. This marks the beginning of SGI's most successful period. SGI started making sales to all sorts of market sectors, from mathematical modelling, which is where I first used an SGI machine, like BNFL's mass modelling department, scientific visualization, airport security scanners, 3D CAD CAM, and most famously of all, film production. SGI soon found its niche in the burgeoning world of CG, fast becoming the workstation of choice for
SGI and
animators.
then CGI.
Most of the well-known CG-heavy films of the time were done on SGI machines, for example, The Abyss and Terminator 2. SGI machines soon became so familiar with filmmakers, they started to appear in films, like this SGI Crimson, here in Jurassic Park. It's a Unix system, I know this. And also a 1995 film, Disclosure, a film about sexual harassment and CD-ROM drive manufacturing, where the least realistic part, and I'm including a young Demi Moore coming onto an aging Michael Douglas, was that every member of staff had an SGI workstation. Are we supposed to believe their IT department had an out-of-control spending problem?
It's had hundreds of thousands of dollars to
They
spend
also
on
only seem to use them to
singular
open
machines.
emails in the most excessively animated email client ever. Also, for no reason, they built a VR interface to their database. I mean, that feels like a useful UI experience. SGI machines were also used in the growing world of 3D animation, with Toy Story, A Bug's Life, Ants, all being created on SGI hardware. SGI kits soon took over the editing process.
Actually, Silicon
in the same way
Graphics,
that
I've heard
virtually all
that,
film and video
which is what the
edited on
SGI
computers
stands
today.
for.
Flame by Discrete Logic was first used on SGI machines to edit 1993's Super Mario Bros., the movie. A film whose star Bob Hoskins described as the low point in his career, and a film that he wished he'd not said yes to. Luckily for SGI, it proved that their systems were great for editing films, even if that film is awful. The Octane we're going to look at was primarily used for editing, so we're going to get to see Flame up and running on that. With SGI starting to see itself as a machine for creatives, SGI started including derpy little things with its machines. For example, when it produced the low-cost version of the Indigo, the Indy, well, low-cost for SGI, it came with a set of juggling balls. For the Octane, things got even more derpy, and here they produced the music CD to come with it. I'll play you a sample.
Octane, we're gonna rock-tane. This ain't called Octane, it swings with performance.
Yep, SGI did this. Drink it in. Okay, they did make this around the time that Harry Connick Jr. had some success musically, so social attitudes towards his music were different back then.
Do you know, I've recently been listening to and enjoying the music of Harry Connick Jr.
Well, it's not Radiohead, but it's okay.
Whereas, of course, now we know the correct response is a little different.
I've recently been listening to and enjoying the music of Harry Connick Jr. I want divorce.
Wow. It'd be so cool to own something
SGI
like
had
this.
quite the range of systems, from desktop workstations to massive side-of-desk machines. They also had huge rack-mount-based servers, or multi-rack-based systems. SGI even tried with low-cost machines. Firstly, there was the Indy, which is a low-cost version of the Indigo 2. That was not a great success for SGI, as it had some very significant performance issues. Initially, it only shipped with 16 meg of RAM and a version of IRIX that had memory management problems, which admittedly later they fixed. These performance problems led to the Indy being known as the Indigo without the Go. It did come up with some interesting features though to be added to a machine for the first time. So it included a webcam, the IndyCam, which meant you could do video conferencing in 1993. I think most of us tried in 2020 for the first time.
Where I was born.
SGI then tried to build a low-cost machine again. This one was far more successful, and is a low-cost version of the Octane, known as the O2. I think a big part of the cost saving was probably that they just shrunk the thing down by the looks of it. I mean,
Yeah,
look
I mean,
how tiny it
as
looked next to the
tech was getting
Octane.
smaller, you know.
The public awareness of SGI and its graphics
cram it into a
capabilities was
small
riding
device.
pretty high, and SGI-based machines had started being used by games developers to pre-render 3D graphics.
This is why
which
I'd wanna
games
get
could
a-
include later as sprites.
This is why
For
I would wanna
example,
get one.
Rare's Donkey Kong on the SNES. This attracted the attention of Nintendo, who were looking to SGI to help them create a more powerful graphics chipset for their next console, codenamed Project Reality. This could be the subject of a whole other video, so I'll just give it a quick mention here. But Project Reality spawned the N64. The initial developer kits for the N64 were SGI Onyx machines, which were not only hugely powerful, they were also physically huge to boot. Later on, when N64 hardware could be shipped to games developers, they could get away with using an SGI Indy to do the actual coding on, as they no longer had to emulate the entire of the N64. Everything was going about as well as it could do for SGI. It had purchased its CPU provider MIPS to secure the future of their
definitely on my way
CPU.
to
They had just
SeaWorld. I
bought
wish
the
you all
world-famous
a fine evening.
supercomputer company Cray after SGI had
good
entered the
time.
supercomputing space. And it's around this
Yeah,
time that
take care,
SGI
Tiana.
launches the
Have a good
Octane,
sleep.
the workstation we're gonna have a look at. Now this one is an Octane 2, which is a later version with some improvements like a more powerful CPU. I'd used
I will
an
consider
Octane a
that.
few
I
times
will.
as part of my work, but never had one personally. And
Imagine
frankly, when it
emulating
was
a whole
new in
entire
the
console in
mid-90s,
1990s.
it cost
Yeah,
more than
yeah.
the house I was living in, so there was very little prospect of me owning one. Now, I nearly did not take this one downstairs to film it and make it look all nice like it does now, as it's ridiculously heavy. I mean, it's utter an involuntary swear word as you pick it up heavy. Here's the page from the manual showing how to move
Oh,
it.
fuck.
There's a reason it shows 2 people. According to the manual,
Yeah.
it weighs 25 kilograms, which is roughly
Jesus.
55 pounds for our American cousins. It's a heavy computer. I think this must be because it's about 90% CPU heatsink. As you can see, it's got a modular construction, so it can be easily serviced by field engineers. This started off with the server and desk side models, and soon
I love
became
it.
standard for the desktops
I
with the
want
Octane
one.
and O2.
I want
In
to
fact,
get one.
I'll show you an O2 being taken apart.
I wish I had the
These
money to
connectors
just
are a
buy
bit
old
less
tech
delicate than that
like
of the
this.
Octane. In fact, some of the connectors on the Octane are so delicate that if you touch them, that's it, you kill them. This Octane has the most powerful graphics card it can take, and the only one more powerful than it uses
Good
2
night,
slots. And on this machine, we've had to use the second
Stay
slot
epic.
for the video I/O board, so we're able to get video in and out of this machine. The Octane also has a cage of PCI-X cards, which, while much slower than SGI's own XIO bus, it's a lot cheaper, as you can make use of PCI-X cards that were aimed at high-end Intel-based systems at the time. This also greatly increased the range of add-on cards which it could use. In ours, we got a fiber channel card, which we need for Flame, a SCSI card, and a 1GB Ethernet card. The Ethernet card's there to solve a problem for me, because although there's an onboard 100 meg
So much
card,
orange in the chat.
it has a very picky
Endlessly-
transceiver on it. The Octane team built
Yeah, again,
Ethernet
have a good night,
adapter
Tiana.
was really early
Get
onto
good
the
sleep.
100 meg standard, and therefore it's not really happy with an awful lot of switches. So this is why I bought a second Ethernet card, so I could get that in, which would be a lot less picky.
Part of me
with
just wants to.
switches, so
I
could
love
plug it into,
collecting
the kit I've
vintage
got.
stuff.
Right, let's switch to
There's
some
part of me that
captured
just wants to
footage, as I bet
get one
you're
of these
dying
just
see
to
what
have
this
it.
thing can do.
But then there's
Firstly,
another part of me
let's
that
have a
like
look at the
really wants to be
UI.
able to use it
SGI has its own
and
unique
produce
GUI,
old
while
school
most of the other
graphics
Unix
stuff.
vendors standardized
Look,
around the common
look
desktop.
how old Mozilla is. This is a machine from. I'm assuming he's using the one from '93. Now, in 1993, Mozilla exists. I still to this day use Firefox. There it is down there. To this day, I use Mozilla Firefox. It existed all the way back in the early 90s.
Environment,
Old
CE,
software.
and its Motif widget set. SGI instead decided to stick with their own.
I mean, it's
UI,
changed a lot, of
possibly
course.
because it looked good and was
And
nice to
Firefox
use.
is just one of
Whereas
many
the others,
Mozilla
like Sun,
products,
used
but
open windows, which never looked
still.
great. One of the nice surprises for a
fascinating
lot
to
of
me.
people would be that it was bundled with a copy of Doom, so there was their equivalent of Minesweeper. Here it is running as smooth as butter in a window. Where even as the most powerful PCs at the time the Octane was released, which had been the 486DX266, were getting nowhere near this frame rate in full screen. And it's not like Doom was coded to take advantage of the 3D hardware. This is all CPU based. This also helps us neatly tick that obligatory box for all YouTube videos about old computers,
TMS
and that we
Minesweeper,
must show
that's
it
a-
running
yeah.
Doom. If we want to look at SGI's hardware acceleration, well, we're going to have to play some of the demos.
Fascinating.
This menu will probably be a bit familiar to Nintendo fans. This demo nicely shows off the texture handling. There are also some versions of software that most people probably didn't know had an SGI port. Here's Photoshop, for example. We also have a number of 3D rendering packages available, which helped to make the SGI famous in the first place. We also have some 3D games that SGI produced as quick demos for their hardware, and these would have been considered quite impressive at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Also, as a sign of the times and the power of the whole Wintel platform, even SGI needed a way to run Windows applications. So they included this emulation layer, which allowed you to run Windows 95. And honestly, for hardware that was contemporary
Chrome
for the
didn't
time of
exist
Windows
until
95,
way
it's an
later.
impressively snappy experience. My PC at the time never
Actually,
ran
when did
95
Chrome
this
first
well.
arrive?
Look, we can even run Doom for Windows in it, and it runs well. And of course, having shown Doom running twice on this thing, that makes this video doubly
2008.
retro. Now, let's
Chrome
see this
first
machine
came out in
running as a video
2008.
editor, as that's what this particular Octane was used for. First of all, we have to start the
It didn't even
fiber channel
exist
storage.
when I was using
This
computers in the
incredibly
early
noisy
days.
box of SCSI disks is essential for making Flame work.
Yeah,
You can
Chrome
probably
was
imagine raw
Chrome was a
video
later
footage takes
tech
an
because it's a
incredible amount of
heavier
storage,
tech that
particularly for the
requires
time,
more.
so video was stored on these large fiber channel arrays.
Too heavy for any.
I've
The
just
Chrome
got
was
one
too
of
heavy
these
for any
units,
computer.
but you can chain a number of them together. This one holds
I see
22
what you did there.
72 gig SCSI drives. That's 11 at the front and 11 at the rear, giving a
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
1.5 terabytes.
I remember when I was at
Admittedly,
junior
this is not a
high.
huge amount of storage.
And we were
but
first
larger
using
outfits
like
would
the
have
school
used more than
computers.
one
Like
of these
the school just had a
units.
ton of
The way the
computers
discs are
everywhere.
used by Flame is a bit odd. There's not a regular
Chrome
POSIX
did not
filing
exist.
system sitting on these disks with files and directories, etc., as this would have generated far too much work at the time. Instead, the application accesses the disks directly using a software layer called StoneFS to manage the disks. This way, the video blocks are stored in the most efficient way for the editor to access them, meaning we can have smooth video editing in 1995 at resolutions that are thoroughly modern. Now, this is going to get a bit inception-y. I'm going to film this bit on a mini DV camera and edit it in Flame, so you can see what the process will be like. So, here's me recording a little bit of footage on the camera of the machine and the storage array. I'll then take the tape out and pop this in the DV cam tape unit. I can now transfer the footage from the tape to the SGI machine. This uses the SDI input on the SGI's video I/O board. SDI is a digital video signal standard that's still in use in TV and film production. This takes a while as the footage can only be transferred at real time, so 3 hours of footage takes 3 hours.
Oh no.
You can now see it's captured, as is the footage of it being captured. Ooh, inceptioning. And I can now do a bit of screen capture so you can see me editing it together, which I then edit into the video. Ooh, even more inceptioning. Okay, well...
That's the only problem with certain old tech is the like they didn't have clever systems. 1-to-1 transferent rate for a video. I'll leave this here. If you want to watch the rest of the video, you can watch it in your own time. But man, I want to get an SGI Octane. I'd love to like mess around with the old 3D graphics systems and see if I could make something a bit like what an old video game would have in it. No, Fall Guys would not be functionally possible on even if you could somehow like emulate modern even if you could like create a system which would allow it to run in that old system, like create some software that would allow it to run, the hardware just wouldn't be able to handle it. If Elon Musk made a browser, would you use it? Probably not. I don't even use Chrome that much. I use Firefox. Yeah. I've decided to move on. Yeah. To transfer your tapes, it's in real time. Yeah, I think that's just a factor of copying from tapes, isn't it? You need to make an N64 version. Yeah, exactly. You need to make a Fall Guys that would work on the SGI. So you need to modify Fall Guys to make it work. I should go back to Yahoo. Does Yahoo still exist? I thought they I thought they didn't exist anymore. They've been sold to some company and now been like folded into their stuff. Anyway, it's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's. Pardon me. Is that who I think it is? Oh, I heard about the idea that Nicolas Cage was gonna be Batman. Sorry, I'm Superman. Batman. What one was that? One of the Superman movies that was made in like the mid-thousands was it mid-thousands or was it earlier? One of the Superman movies was gonna have Nicolas Cage as Superman, and I'm sad that we do not get to experience that. I'd love to see that. That's what Karens get for being a Karen. When autocorrect destroys a Karen's life. Oh. Sus Among Us Amogus restaurant. Wait, what did it say? Okay. 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 Yeah, who still exists, but barely. Ah, okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. When Banana Rorius interrupt himself when he read and replying to me, and interrupt himself and say something completely wrong. Oh, this clip actually exists. Okay. What happened? Yes, I did see some people talking about how that's like, ever since March 2019, I actually want to die here. Because I want to go all the way back to the start of the no death path. The Kahoot music? I actually don't know what the Kahoot music is. I've never used Kahoot myself. It's when I'm like two streams of consciousness like collide with each other. Oh, it was so smooth as well. There was no like transitionary hitch. Is that talking horse I see?
What's up, Greg? Did you know that anybody can make an iPhone game? If you wanted to, you could
Take
just like
everywhere,
come
yeah.
up with the most insane idea for a game that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Nobody would ever want to play it. And you could program it, or you could hire somebody else to make it for you, and then you can submit it to the App Store. And it seems like as long as it works in the most like liberal usage of that word, like as long as it doesn't make your phone explode, then Apple will approve it, and then it'll be on the App Store and anybody can download it. Anyway, I thought it would be kind of fun to search the App Store and try to find the worst games I could possibly find and then play them. And do like a review, a playthrough.
Discord videos,
If you make any
right, yeah.
normal search on the App Store for a game, like I searched Angry Birds in iPhone and iPad apps, and then you scroll
just
down
it.
past all of the games
That's
that you
why I didn't
expect
release
to
my
see.
game on,
Eventually, you'll just
like,
stumble upon the least.
The phone game that I made years ago, I didn't release it on the App Store, sorry, on the iPhone App Store, because you have to freaking pay Apple's developer fee. I released my game on the Google Play Store, but I did not release it on iOS because of the fucking fee.
fun-sounding games you've ever seen. Angry Cock, anyone? Can I interest anyone in some Angry Cock? Bad Granny, Angry Grandma? Okay, Pig Evolution is a strategy game. Bad Granny is a scary neighborhood evil game type game. Yo, not only is the grandma evil, but the game is evil too? I'm not gonna download that. This grandma's gonna ruin your life in the game, and then the game is gonna ruin your life in real life. A few days ago, Bob come to a new place to live, and he saw neighbor's granny. He wants to say hello to neighbor granny and come to his house. Okay, who the fuck is Bob? That it started this description like we already know who Bob is. His neighbor's granny seems suspicious. She was hiding in his garage. He shouted, "Hello, granny." Is this gonna explain the entire plot of the game to me? I'm not even gonna need to play the game after this. He wants to find out information and the secrets of creepy neighbor's granny. Okay, kind of sounds like from the description that granny is not that strange.
It sounds like
Okay, I guess
a
she was
like
hiding in his garage.
cartoony.
That actually is pretty weird. But it's like
version
you follow
of,
Bob, who's trying to find
that
blackmail
grandma
on this old woman.
horror
It's like
game.
who's really okay? Who's the bad one in this scenario? You evil game. Okay, so the first game I'm gonna play is Bad Granny. I will download that now. If I just type in simulator in the App Store and search for iPhone and iPad apps, what's gonna come up? Cat Simulator 2020. I'd like something a little more up to date. Being a cat has really changed in the past 2 years, so. My virtual boyfriend chat, messenger, and dating simulator. Boyfriend of your dream. Oh my god, things are getting really extreme in this chat. I can't stop thinking of you as a real person. And he says, I am better. I will never let you down. Virtual boyfriend allows you to discuss everything you want. That's nice of him. Cheer up seeing his funny and sometimes not to the
Bad Granny's
point
basically horror
answers.
neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I
So
think it's,
you're gonna.
I think it's a clone. From my view, it's like a cross between Hello Neighbor and the hell is it called? Oh, it's just called Granny. Granny. This friggin' game. This game that's got like the creepy granny character who like chases you down through the house. It's a phone game. It's a phone horror game. And it has like Slenderina or something in it as like a, I think that's another game made by the same developer, and so it often has a cameo. But anyway, yeah. It sounds like a copy of that.
You can discuss anything you want. He's just not gonna always respond to what you say. You can talk about whatever you want, and he's also gonna talk things. Okay, I mean, shit, I'll give it a shot.
I was gonna skip ahead to when he
Simulator
actually
game.
plays
Here we
one of
go.
them.
And you know what? Let me snag mom. The game directs you to systematically steal every valuable item in this poor woman's house. Each level you steal one item, all while being hunted by Granny. The main door is closed. Find the key. Oh fuck! Whoa! 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 What the hell? Yep, that's Granny. And that's the first time I ever saw her. And while you're doing the game's bidding, picking up every loose item in her house, she roams the halls with a baseball bat, and if she finds you before you beat the level, she clobbers you to death. Ah! And I just gotta ask, is that really so wrong? How bad is Granny, really? It's just that I don't really feel bad for my character. I feel bad for the Granny because I broke into her house and now I'm stealing shit. The description on the App Store said that I was getting dirt on the Granny. And then you jump into the game and come to find out I'm just stealing nice things from her. I took her TV and I stole cash. Is that what dark secrets the Granny was hiding? Her life savings? We're gonna put a stop to whatever the Granny's been up to. You find out she's just been up to saving. She's been up to a retirement fund, a Roth IRA. We can't let her get away with this. Granny has a couple of interesting quirks and features. For example, when she hits you with her baseball bat, she doesn't actually face you. She runs right up to you and then turns to the side and hits the air next to you, thus killing you. Sometimes Granny can kill you after you've already beaten a level, which is really frustrating. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck! Level cleared! Wait, what? A level cleared and I died? Like, you'll be on the level cleared page already, you'll be celebrating, and then the game will notify you that unfortunately Granny has decided to kill you anyway. Sometimes Granny gets stuck. I think I beat the game. She'll get confused in her old age and she'll get stuck in the corner of a room or the middle of a hallway, and you know, it's good for us, but it's sad to see, you know? She used to be so young and spry, I assume. I never actually knew her back then, but the instructions in this game...
That's enough. I think we've seen enough. It's fascinating, but yes. Oh, but actually we didn't get to the talking horse. Wait. I'll skip ahead to the talking horse. Okay, wait a second. Let's see if there's a. See if we can find this talk.
Kids,
this
look at that.
talking
Oh,
horse.
and what is my husband gonna do when he finds out about this? This is now part of my plot to kill my kid so I can start a new life somewhere else. Here you go. Here's your soup. It's undercooked.
Somewhere around here.
Never open it again? Welcome to Horse House. All right, partner, and howdy do. It's time to talk about talking horse. In real life, taking care of a horse consists of brushing it and letting it lick salt, and that's it, I think. So let's see if we can do those things in the game. As is tradition, this game presents no introduction or explanation of what this game is going to be. In fact, it actually kind of tries to pretend like you've played the game before. Continue. What an interesting button to make you press at the beginning of a game. I just want to make sure you're comfortable continuing to start the game. Are you good with that? Okay, cool. Continue. And this is Talking Horse. There's a horse on the screen, and a few things you can do with the horse. He can dance. Oh shit, get it, little horsey. He can also fart. And there's actually a couple of secret things that aren't labeled as like buttons that you can do on the main page. It's kind of like the secret menu at Starbucks. For example, you know how if you go to Starbucks, they don't have beating up a horse on the menu, but if you ask, they will let you do it? What happens if I poke him? Oh shit, did I beat up my horse? Right at the beginning, the game also prompts you to allow access to your microphone, and once you do that, you get to find out why the game is called Talking Horse. What is he doing? He's like looking at something? Am I supposed to click on that? You think I'm supposed to click on that little chick?
Also, what is he doing? He's like looking at something. Am I supposed to click on that? You think I'm supposed to click on that little chick?
What? Wait.
Wait.
Hello?
Hello?
He copies you. Imagine how many people have played this game and were not talking to their phone while they played this game and just never found out why the game was called Talking Horse.
I killed John F. Kennedy.
Yo, this horse is crazy. Press on the little video game controller on the main page and you will be taken to a list of mini games you can play with the horse. You got jump.
I think we've seen enough. New Spider-Man's looking good. Oh, creepy. I know it's just a balloon, but it's still creepy. Spooky. Okay, this has just got listed as karma.
Look at me! Why? I am so sorry. Not sorry!
So what just happened? No passport, no life, or no live. Why are you killing people, Gordon? Half-Life 1. The good old days. Oh, I've seen this. This is weird.
Holy fuck, bro. I almost just went in this on-ramp. There's no signs blocking it off, and I thought I was fucking high. That's just a pit on the on-ramp.
That's really scary.
What the fuck? They don't have this shit blocked off or nothing. Watch, this guy's coming. There's a guy coming behind me.
If you haven't seen this before, like, it looks horrifying. I would be so
Is he
scared.
gonna fucking go? Holy shit. Oh, it's water. I am high. I'm not actually high, but holy fuck, bro.
Yeah,
it looks like a pit, doesn't it? Shit, it's water.
It just straight up looks like a pit in the middle of the
I thought they just carved out a hole. I'm tripping. Woo. All right. Holy fuck, bro. I almost just went in.
Yeah, like, I would think I would like I would think that I'm hallucinating or that like something. It's like, am I asleep? Am I dreaming? Seeing something like that, like it's such a perfectly carved hole in the floor. It's so like something that you'd see in a dream or in like a psychological like a like a mental space, like a psychological horror game, I'd be freaked out. So, pardon me. I clearly didn't get. I thought I got good sleep last night. I clearly didn't. I would think there was something wrong with my head if I saw that. Imagine that, but if it was dark out. Ugh. Speaking of dreaming, I can remember the specifics. I think last night I dreamed. I can't remember the specifics, but I think last night I dreamed an entire trilogy of games. Oh damn! I love when that happens. I dream about video games all the time. That's how my brain works. My brain I dream in video game. The water is drippy. Yeah. Golfing with your car. Golfing with car. But yeah, so like most of the time when I'm dreaming, my dreams are in like either third person, like with characters doing stuff, or I'm like a main character in a game doing something that is like a video game thing to do. It's so common. I'm not always the main character. Sometimes I'm like a side character of the main story, but yeah. Anyway, the antivirus that spreads malware. Oh dear. Am I gonna be nervous? Oh, it's friggin' McAfee.
Hello everyone, in this quick video I'd like to show you something actually disturbing. And no, I'm not showing you the old Microsoft Edge.
I saw it in the...
It's something different. And it's not the first
time. McAfee under here.
Before we start, I want to thank Patrick for finding the sample and a working link leading to it. Let's go ahead and navigate. FreeBurningTools.com is telling us to download Image Burn. Well, we can click on the link to start our precious download, but first, I'd like to bring your attention to the date on the footer of the website. It says 2015, but the file was last updated on June 16th, 2013. So we already know if it's malware, it's gonna be a gem, since middle 2010s were riddled with fake installers and bundlers. And the most efficient way to check is to just download and run. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, what's that? So we are downloading Image Burn from a CDN at Lavasoft. Now that's suspicious. And wanna know why that's important? Lavasoft is a company behind Adaware, or maybe just Adaware before rebranding, so I can even prove that to you right now. We go to lavasoft.com and it redirects us to Adaware that claims they made their best antivirus yet. Here's Adaware. It doesn't matter anyway. What matters is that an antivirus company that is still in business is storing suspicious files on its CDN, because I'm pretty sure you would not download from freeburningtools.com. It's not even the name, freeburningsoftware.com with dashes. I myself would not trust that site. But here we are downloading from Lavasoft. Perhaps that's a trusted source, so let's go ahead and save the file.
That was always Norton.
The security scan is running. Oh, didn't find anything. Could that be a non-malware? Let's verify. Oh, it does not look promising at all. Whenever you see a publisher that's called numbers, this is not good. And yes it is. It is, in fact, a fake installer powered by Install Core. And here we got all the optional offers that we can decline or accept, doesn't matter. Whatever, we can close it. We don't care about the contents of that installer. I got so many videos on my channel exploring Install Core and generally installers of that kind, so if you want to know more, you just can watch other malware videos on my channel.
Same.
You'll likely find
up in the
Install
house,
Core.
We used to have Norton back
Anyway,
in the
main problem
early
here,
thousands.
Adaware is not the first antivirus company to store malware on their behalf.
I hate
That's
it.
a rather disturbing trend that started maybe in 2021, At least back then I found Norton and McAfee pushing adware to trying to scare users into buying their software.
Yeah.
Click on the card if you want to watch it. I'm gonna put like a preview. Besides, a user on Twitter not so long ago showed an adware pop-up from McAfee on his machine.
And that's the worst example of adware I've ever seen from an antivirus company indeed.
That was also, you guessed it.
That's part of the reason I used to use Avast, an antivirus called Avast. And then Avast started doing this thing where it would say, virus alert, you need to fix a virus. And I'm like, what the fuck? Click it, and it's like, upgrade to our premium service. And it's like, no, there's no virus alert. They just want me to fucking upgrade to their fucking premium service. So I after having a few of those pop up, I was like, no, I refuse to accept this. And I currently use Avira. And when I first downloaded Avira, use Malwarebytes free version. Ah, right. I've used Avira for a while, and Avira, when I first got it, the worst thing it would do is it would just it would pop up with a thing saying it would pop up with a little message saying like your system's fine, but it would also have like a link saying like if you wish to try out our premium service, click here. But it was like it would show up and then it would just like disappear by itself within a few seconds. Like once every 2 to 4 days or something like that. It would just pop up with a thing saying like your system is all good, and with just a link, not like a big old box. It was a box about this big on the screen. Yeah, like so like this, well, a little bigger than that. I can't really show it. It was just a little box that would pop up in the corner saying like, yeah, like your system appears to be fine. Premium service upgrade, and it had a little link. And so I was like, this is much better. This is way better. And it actually tells me that it's advertising it and not that it's an alert. It's not like saying you need to deal with this situation. So I was like, I like this. And then slowly over time, they've gotten a little more and more like pop-up-y. They now, it's like a box that's now like this big that pops up, which I fucking hate. So I might change antivirus again. Oh dear. I Windows Defender is fine, but I believe they still suggest that you should use some kind of antivirus. Yeah. One thing I will say is that Avira no longer pops up. No longer it's like every 2 days or 4 days or whatever. It's very infrequent, but it does still have pop-ups, which sucks. You need to run it manually. Oh, okay. Avira has like, if you want it to, I don't think I have it active if I recall correctly, but Avira has like fully like live runtime stuff. If I download something, it immediately gets checked by Avira. So that's nice. But it does mean that there's a couple of pieces of software I've downloaded that Avira thinks is a virus. Mark and I have been playing. Recently, Mark and I tried out this thing called Skyrim Together. It's so you can play Skyrim multiplayer. So me and him were playing Skyrim together. Unfortunately, it's really buggy, so I probably won't be. I was testing it because I kind of wanted to do it on the channel, but it's so buggy. I don't think it would be a good experience for a lot of us to do. We've already given up on it, but until it gets like updated more. But it's the antivirus, Avira immediately thought Skyrim Together was a virus when it first ran, so it quarantined it, and I had to like manually unquarantine it. Anyway.
Trying to scare a user into purchasing their software. But nothing beats an antivirus company just outright spreading viruses from their CDNs. H2O CDN, lavasoft.com. Lavasoft leads to adware. How about H2O CDN.lavasoft.com? Any output? Okay, we get access denied. This, my friends, is an atrocity. and I've got no other words to politely describe it. So next time you're to choose your anti-malware, I strongly suggest to skip Adaware, because if a company behind your anti-malware spreads malware across other computers, and if I recall correctly, also is involved in malicious installers as an optional offer, maybe, just maybe, it should not be trusted. Draw your conclusions and take care.
I honestly thought this was going to be about McAfee because in the thumbnail it has, if you look really closely behind the watch on YouTube, there's a McAfee logo. But no, apparently not. Sometimes I wonder when I get the uncorrectable error blue screen of death if it's a sign that someone is remotely messing with my OS. Oh. The error message is for hardware errors. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure, yeah. Anyway, this is that one I saw earlier. I think we might have seen this already.
This may look like a normal person playing TF2, but this is different. You see, this demo man here downloaded cheat software that he found online. What he doesn't know is that the client he downloaded was my fake hack client that is about to kill him by triggering his own sticky grenades when he gets close enough. Before we watch him blow himself up, I'm going to share with you how we're even watching this game in the first place. I coded this hack client for TF2 that appears to look like a normal one that gives you aimbot and other cheats like auto-triggering sticky bombs near players, when in reality it's just a bait hack that kills and messes with the cheater in hilarious ways, and then sends me their game clips after each game. In order to distribute the fake cheat, I made a website advertising it with a familiar sounding name and went undercover, sharing it with others on any cheat Discord servers I could find.
Several months later.
Eventually, I had cheaters who were downloading and using the software, including our favorite demo man here. Now that you know the story, let's watch this cheater blow himself up and see the other magnificent surprises that we have in store for them.
Activating punishment.
Remember, no
Error,
cheater.
Rorius' computer. Error. There's a virus inside of me. What?
Let's start with the class-based punishments, starting with Scout.
No,
The Scout
I don't think
is
I
a
will
class
do
that
that.
is always on the move, being one of the fastest classes in the game. Let's change things up. If the Scout takes any source of damage, there's a 20% chance they will taunt with the scattergun, freezing the player in place, most likely ending in their demise. The team is pushing the cart on pier, and this cheater is trying to cap the payload. This is one of my favorite Scout clips that I'll just let you enjoy.
Activating punishment.
Why are we still here?
It's just like slowly dying on fire.
Scout, I'm just curious. Why do you keep slapping your ass when you catch on fire? It's really disturbing.
This cheater went for the medkit, but since he was taking fire tick damage, the punishment luckily activates. He was just barely out of reach. I can't imagine
So
the
rude.
confusion and pain the cheater experienced within that moment. The Scout's speed is one of his best class traits, and being stuck in one place for even a second is almost always deadly. But there are other classes who rely on another mobility option that we can mess with. This punishment is a combination for both the soldier and demo class. Rocket and sticky jumping is one of the funnest and most powerful mobility options in TF2. Let's take that away from the cheaters. If the player tries to rocket or sticky jump and goes over a specific Y position in the game that I've set as a kill zone, the player instantly dies in midair.
Activating punishment.
Yeah, I'll say my PC still gets really dusty, but one of the ways that I try, one of the things I always try and do sorry, my brain. Something I have done for a long time now to try and alleviate some of the dust issues is...
Enemy AC-130 above.
I have my PC on my desk now. Having it off the
Next
floor
up, we have the
greatly
pyro.
improves the
This one's kind of an
time
honorable
between
mention
needing to dust
because
it.
I wasn't expecting any cheaters to play as Pyro with the fake hack client, but surprisingly, one did. The surprise for Pyro is if the cheater holds down M1 with his flamethrower for longer than 2 seconds, the player's controls are rebound such that both M1 and M2 are only air blast. Here we can see the Pyro player desperately trying to W plus M1 down this soldier. I rewatched this clip like 5 times because I think it's hilarious how this cheater doesn't realize his strategy isn't working and just keeps walking towards his death.
I'm a bit more complicated than that. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
It's time for the moment you've been waiting for. Duh.
And now for the main attraction, the main root of the TF2 bot problem, and the primary class most cheaters would turn to with a hack client. It's time for the moment you've been waiting for. The sniper. The sniper's got a few different effects that incrementally make it impossible for the cheater to get any kills. The first one is that the sniper gets randomly inverted controls and heightened sensitivity when the player is aiming down the sights. This one is simple but extremely effective.
Completely messes the ability to scope.
In addition, every kill the sniper gets increases the sensitivity while zoomed in by double. The better the cheater plays, the harder it gets. And finally, my personal favorite for the sniper, the sound effect this cheater just heard of a spy decloaking wasn't real. The longer the sniper survives, the more likely the sound effect of a spy decloaking will play, but only for the cheater. No one else can hear it.
Oh, brilliant. Makes you go fucking mental.
I hate this game. I'm going to go play Minecraft.
And so this cheater, after spy checking for far too long, played Minecraft and never downloaded cheats for Team Fortress 2 again. I think we've tortured the cheaters enough. If you enjoyed this one...
Hold on there, famed British narrator Stephen Fry. We still haven't went over the multi-class punishments.
Holy f***ing shit! You're right! Introducing the most amazing multi-class
AI
punishments.
version of
These
Stephen
punishments
Fry's
can
brilliant.
take effect on any class and at any time.
Before we share these last few surprises, I just ask that if you enjoyed this video, please consider liking, sharing with your friends, and leaving a comment down below of what other kinds of videos you'd like to see. I do plan to make a part 2 of this video since I didn't cover all the classes, so if you don't want to miss out on that one,
Be sure to subscribe. Absolutely demolish that sub button, just as we demolish these cheaters. Alright, enough blabbing. Let's watch these cheaters get owned, as the kids say.
Anti-heal. Cheaters instantly killed on heal from medic and dispenser. Sucking the energy out of him. Sucking the life forces.
Activating punishment. Activating punishment.
Nice. Yeah. Interesting. I do love the idea of like anti-piracy or anti-cheating systems like fucking with people rather than just outright stopping people from doing stuff. Like yeah, rather than like the my favorite one of my favorite anti-piracy things ever is that the game development tycoon game dev tycoon, it works. The game fully works, but once you get a certain level of success in the game, your games that you're making in the game start getting a message pops up saying like your game, well, you start doing worse. Your sales start going down, and it says like due to high levels of piracy, your games are no longer selling as well, and you just basically lose all your money. You can no longer afford to. It's a browser game. Oh, I did not know that. I only seen it on Steam. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, like it says like it says like your game's being pirated too much, and you can't make enough money from your games, and so you like your numbers go down and down and down no matter what you do, and so like a bunch of people online were posting on forums saying like, how do I stop people from downloading my games? It's so ironic. It's so perfect. Because that doesn't happen. There's no message about pirating games if you have a legit copy. It's on Steam and and as a browser game. Ew. I've never played it, so I wouldn't know. But yeah. But if you open the HTML file in the games files, it says waiting for server, which I assume is waiting for node.js response. Right. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, yeah. Huh. Anyway, yeah, ever get that feeling that your computer's feeling the blues? Oof, yeah, here's that BSOD that you talked about. That means it's just a browser game running locally. Right, yeah, I thought that's what you meant, yeah. Huh, interesting. Um, this is like crazy. This is a hardcore BSOD. This isn't even like the nice one that comes up with a little frowny face. Like, this is a straight up classic BSOD. Huh. Piracy with old software? I think it's as long as there was no other way to get like I am an archivist. I'm a someone who wants to store and maintain and look after. Yeah, I've never heard that Zeus before either. Haven't seen a BSOD like this in ages. Exactly, like that's old school BSOD. I don't know what's going on there. But no, when it comes to old tech and old software, I am an archivist type, I'm a collector type, I'm a game historian slash software historian type. If we have to, if groups, if companies and groups don't maintain old software, I think it's perfectly legal to maintain it ourselves. You know, I think that's only fair. If the original company abandons it, no longer supports it, it should be fully legal for for regular people to do what they can to maintain it, to maintain its existence. Ransomware. It's haunted, yeah, yeah. Oh, is it is it ransomware? I didn't see. So Zeus was detected and put in quarantine. Zeus is a very dangerous software used by criminals to steal personal data such as credit card information, access to banking accounts, passwords, or to social networks and emails. Huh. Zeus, yeah, Zeus is harmful software. Interesting. I didn't see that. I didn't read it properly. Yikes. Like 3D disc games since the shop is closing. Exactly. If they have no intention of maintaining those games' existence, then I only see it. I see it only fit that people are allowed to, legally allowed to maintain it themselves, maintain access to it. Blue screens like this still do occur. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like a crash like that is like serious, really serious. Yeah, most times nowadays they have a little interface for it because it's like that's the modern way of handling it. It's a little less severe. When you have a blue screen like that, that's like old school blue screen. That's like deep level blue screen. That's like when you see a blue screen like that, you're like, oh fuck. It's a fraud. Yeah. I thought that must be the case. Like it's a fake blue screen of death. This particular one. Anyway, how it's made fire helmets. That's similar to in Poppy Playtime Chapter 2 when you make the new hand, when you make the electrical hand that can take electricity and place it somewhere else. It starts with a vat full of small plastic spheres. They're like little balls of plastic. But interesting that this starts with little pellets of plastic. That's interesting to note. Because I hadn't seen that before. Copyrighted material? This might be copyrighted material. Might have to leave. Leave immediately. Interesting. I find stuff like that interesting. So, there might be more to the blue screen ransomware, but I don't know. It's good we had a fire crew come to our school and we got souvenir hats. Oh, nice. Right. You were Christian at the time was like what they're made of. Yeah. Seems like just a strong plastic polymer. I also wondered why the screens were blue. I think it's just they just chose a color and they went with it. The small one looks like a food to me. The little pellets. Imagine trying to explain your job to others. Yeah, I'm the brim trimmer. The brim trimmer. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I'll still give it a upvote, even though it was copyrighted, because it was interesting. All right, so we got a clip here. I'm assuming of some Stranger Things related gameplay.
So I recently heard that the Stranger Things Chapter 2 of Dead by Daylight is coming back. It's like this Christmas. So I'm just gonna be playing Demogorgon. That is it.
Okay, so the main point of this was to point out that it's coming back.
Actually, really insane. It reveals the auras of all survivors while traversing the Upside Down, or through the portals, essentially. And after we leave one of those portals for an extra 3 seconds. Combat with Barb's glasses.
Well, the intro was the part that I thought was the main point of the video.
So we can get quicker and.
Oh yeah.
What the heck is that? I couldn't shred. Is someone back?
I just can't help but when I know it's one of those things that they were talking about it themselves, or lots of people were talking about it. I just can't help but look at this and then think about our experience with VHS and how mad it makes me. I know it's unfair to compare a brand new early access game to a game that's been out for years. But it was just a lot of issues with that VHS game. I wanted it to be really good, but it's still a problem. Something though that I found interesting, like now that some people who are playing VHS with me are here at the moment, something I found like really interesting is that we were complaining about the survivor experience. Like being a teen in VHS was like, we were saying it was like super ridiculously hard. But actually, in all the reviews and stuff, people were saying the teens are like ultra powerful and that the monsters are the ones who are like weak and struggle. And so I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's just a balance thing? Nice.
Fine, I'll tell you. Oh, no, that's fine.
She went left. Ah, you went back here to... Ah, yeah. So yeah, remember what you used to dodge and DVD. Yeah. Well, what's interesting is people were saying like, people in the reviews and stuff were saying like, it's too easy to hide as the survivors, and I was like, what are they talking about? It's impossible to hide as the survivor.
Oh my goodness, that Lucas.
I think the difference is that like once you're spotted by a killer, it's rough. It basically, the way it sounded was kind of what I imagined, what I thought it, exactly what I sort of like interpreted the game as is exactly what I read in some of the reviews, and that is that in the first like 30 seconds to a minute, when the killer is around, but the players haven't had a chance to get any weapons yet, like yeah, in VHS, games tend to either last like a minute, because like, or like a couple minutes, or they last like 20 minutes apparently. So what happens is, in the very first like 30 seconds to a minute, the killer has to kind of needs to find a person and get them down immediately. If they don't, then the players have too much time to get weapons, and then your job as the killer is like way too risky, way too hard. But if you manage to find someone and get them down within the first 30 seconds, then the survivors become, like the teens become like in a struggle sort of thing, because suddenly they're on catch up, they're on like healing duty and trying to help their teammates and stuff like that. Whereas if you don't find anyone in the first minute, then as the killer, you're prone to getting your first attack, which then kills you, knocks you out of the game, gives the survivors more time to get more weapons. As soon as you spawn back in, the survivors then can attack you again. And I mean, according to the reviews, the cooldowns for the powers are really are bad for the killer. Sorry, but from our experience, at least, we found that the fucking power-ups were way too OP. I don't know. Yeah, the games play very, very differently. No. Some of the reviews were from earlier, and some of them were for like just like very recent. I think oh, unless you're right, Zach. There was an update like literally exactly before we started. There was an update to the game. Interesting. Skip to the end of Doomori. Okay.
Demogorgon's Mori is so violent. I do not know why.
Its controller crashes? Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it, Zach, there was an update to VHS right before we played it. So maybe they rebalanced it, but it went like way too hard on the killer side. Interesting thought. Maybe they made the killers way harder right before we played the game. And so suddenly it had like a hardcore flip. Cause yeah, like what I heard as well is like I think Mecha was saying like wait, where am I? Your brother got our other brother keyboard for his birthday. Oh, nice. Yeah, nah, I think because Mecha, didn't you say you went and played as a killer and you like got a 4K first try in VHS? Maybe they did. Maybe that's just it. Maybe the update that came out right before we streamed was a rebalance that made the killer way more stronger. Yeah, that's maybe it. Because let's just say all the reviews that I was reading were all saying like how the killers are so weak, and that the teens are way too powerful and stuff like that. But our experience was like the complete opposite. Our experience was that once you get spotted as a teen, like the killer has you, and you're just guaranteed to be downed. And then like yeah, you can't escape them because they run so much faster than you. Hiding didn't really work at all. No point in using the lockers or anything because it's hard enough to hide in like the dark corners than it is, you know, like it's pointless. And at least from our perspective, when we had like people were saying if the survivors are grouped up, if there's a bunch of survivors all in one location, then like it was like a death sentence for the killer. But I found that when we all grouped up, when I was like trying to get people to like separate at one point, I was trying to get people to like not group up in a big group because what I was finding when we were playing that when we grouped up, the killer just went on a rampage. That was like perfect for the killer because they would just use like a disrupt power, which stopped any of us attacking. And then they just fucking slice one teen down, slice another teen down, slice another teen down, and it was just like it was a massacre. Well, I said teen down, but like you get sliced and then you're disrupted. So just like slice a player with a weapon, they're disrupted for the next like fucking 10 seconds. Then they can just slice at other survivors while that survivor can't attack. And then as soon as the survivor can attack, swipe them again to get them down. It was a fucking massacre. We got down to like a minute flat in that one game because we were all like grouped together and we hadn't had a chance to really we got like 2 weapons or something of the same weapon. Yeah. I see, Malik, I see. Yeah. The update didn't look like a balancing patch? Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's the big thing for me is like I felt like while yes, it has a cool thing where like the survivors can like fight back, so there's like some level of agency for the survivors. I found that if you don't have a weapon, if you don't have the ability to fight back at that current moment, you have like almost no agency as the player. You have no control over your ability to like deal with the killer. You just kind of have to accept that you're fucked. Yeah, maybe we're just terrible. Maybe we're just like terrible at the game. But I found that like as soon as I was spotted by a killer, I was like, well, that's it. There's nothing I could do to avoid getting hit. Yeah. Maybe it is. Maybe we were just terrible Maybe there's a learning curve to playing it, but I was not interested in taking the time to do that. Let's just say when I first played, like, and also another thing that can be said is that we were playing against killers. Maybe those killers were experienced. Maybe those ones that like floored us instantly were very good at playing killer. Because apparently there's zero matchmaking there's zero matchmaking beyond just putting players together in that game. There's no checking to see if the person is what level the people are and trying to match them with people of similar level. That's something I will definitely say is like Dead by Daylight, because it has a rank system. When I first played it, when I was first playing Survivor or Killer, I was playing against survivors or killers who were relatively new at the game, so I did okay even at the very start of the game. But VHS, Jesus, not quick, like not good first experience. What is this? Man, fuck Ruby. What's this?
Some of you think I'm joking when I say that Ruby from Max and Ruby is a fucking bitch and I hate her. I'm not joking. Every single episode of Max and Ruby, Max is just having fun trying to vibe, and then Ruby comes in to be a huge bitch. Look at this one episode. It's their grandma's birthday, and Max is making her a mud cake just because he loves her. No one even told him to. Listen to what Ruby says with her annoying-ass, condescending-ass voice.
No more red-hot marshmallow squirters, Max? Well, don't worry about it. I don't think Grandma would like them anyway. And I'm sure she wouldn't like an earthworm cake for her birthday. Ew. We're going to make her something she'll really like. An angel surprise cake with raspberry fluff icing.
You bitch! So she's making the cake, and Max gets bored of watching and tries to help. And he accidentally breaks some eggs. So Ruby's like, hey, go to the grocery store alone and get more. Max is like 3 and nonverbal autistic. He's not one of these Japanese kids on Netflix. But he does it anyway. And when he gets back, he accidentally knocks over some flour. So she makes him go back to the grocery store, pulls his shit when he gets back.
See this sign, Max? It means you can't come in the kitchen. Just until I finish my angel surprise cake with raspberry fluff icing. All right?
The kitchen? You put that shit on the front door. You locked him out of the fucking house. She finishes her dumbass cake, but she's like, oh, it doesn't have sprinkles. It's gotta have sprinkles. Sends Max to the store again to go get sprinkles. Gives her fucking raspberry angel fucking puff pie to her grandma. What a surprise. She likes both cakes. What was the reason to be a huge bitch, you ask? Nothing. She's just like that every episode. Fuck Ruby. Oh, you want part 2 of me hating Ruby? Well, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know this show. I've never seen it.
Just kidding. She's a bitch. Here we have Max just playing
I feel
with
like I've
toys,
seen
minding his
pictures
own
of it,
damn
but I've never
business.
seen an episode.
I wonder if
like
Ruby's gonna come in and
animated.
start some shit.
Max, we're still playing.
Is Ruby the mother or the sister?
Home. We can't stay home, Max. We're going to Louise's.
We? Louise is your friend. You're gonna tell me he can't play with toys, he's gotta take the bus. Learn the fucking public transit system, just so you two can dress him up like a fucking baby? Ruby yanks the fucking toy out of his hands. She's like, you can play with it at Louise's. Max is like, okay, bitch, it's like that then. Side note, people used to take these screenshots of Max and be like, oh, Max is a menace. Max is devious. Max is a toddler. He shits in his little overalls. He's just trying to deal with his controlling, narcissistic-ass sister. You want to know what this face is from? That time she locked him out of the fucking house. He was like, oh, I know, I'll try the window. What a devious plot to break into his own house. Anyway, Max is like, fine, bitch, I'll play with my other toys. Ruby keeps taking them. She's like, you want to play with your toys? You could play with them at Louise's. Repeat like 5 times until this happens.
Max, come out and close the door. Hurry.
He doesn't want to go! And before any of you Ruby defenders are out here saying, oh, they don't have parents, she can't just leave them home alone. Oh, but she could send him out to the grocery store 3 times, be her fucking errand boy. Give me a fucking break. Oh, but Louise has her own little brother. She wants them to have a play date. Okay, let's look at the ending, shall we?
Louise! What are you doing here? I got tired of waiting, so I decided to take the bus here. That's great! We're going to have so much fun!
She doesn't give a shit about no little brothers. Why would she? It's all about Ruby. What does Ruby want? Ruby, Ruby, Ruby. Fuck you, Ruby. I hate you!
Because what the fuck we're not gonna do is slander and villainize my girl Ruby.
Respectfully, every fucking thing you said was wrong, and anyone who agrees with you is wrong. We get it. You think the mud cake is gross. Grandma wouldn't like this shitty, nasty cake. I would love to see your reaction if your little autistic grandson handed you a mud cake on your birthday. I'd love to see you smash it in his face and say, ew, this is shit, do better. Moving on.
So my bitch Ruby over here immediately gets to work in the kitchen. She's over here doing what she's doing. Max is doing what he's doing.
Wrong. Max was doing his own thing until Ruby literally dragged him away to say, hey, we are gonna make something better than your shitty...
I mean, I get the point. I don't need to see any more of that. It's funny. Yeah. I can't say I've ever seen that show before. I feel like I've seen the characters before. I feel like I've seen them in pictures and stuff. But, yeah. It does seem like it's one of those characters that's like it's the typical sort of like nagging, annoying, doesn't let the main character do what they want character. Yeah. It's definitely like the taking all the toys and not letting him play just so that they can go to the Louise's is like, it feels like something I've not experienced, but something that children experience a bunch when they're young. Especially the fact that it's a sister. See, if it was the mother, I'd get it, but it's the sister. Max usually gets his way in the end. Ah, yeah, yeah. See the movie? It was depressing. I made that up. I was gonna say I again don't know anything about the show or potential other media to do with the characters, but it felt like there was a movie, right? Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes, like, yeah, as Digits pointed out, sometimes it's like it presents that idea of like it's like the Angelica in Rugrats. You know, Angelica is always trying to make things like she's a bit of a narcissist, you know, wants things to happen her way, or she wants things all to herself. Also, we should watch this. I'm just noticing I'm like half watching it, but there's no volume. Wait, is it just straight up no volume? The heck? Why is there no volume on this? I can see the point. I can see the premise. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, as I was saying, yeah, there's often a character like that just to set up a premise, set up a situation for then the main character to overcome it. So the idea that Max eventually gets his way and he's happy at the end, that's what matters. It was really nice, actually. I liked it when it was on. Right, yeah. Again, never really saw it. I never saw it myself. It feels like it's got that kind of vibe to it, that like very peaceful, calm vibe. Angelina Ballerina, also on the network. I don't know what that is. No, I have to look that up. Angelina Ballerina. Oops, I spelled that wrong. Oh. Oh yeah. All these shows, they remind me of Hey, is it Hey Arthur? No. What the hell's that show with a not Hey Arnold. Is it... Yeah, Arthur. It's just called Arthur. Okay. I got Hey Arnold and Arthur mixed together. Hey Arthur. Yeah. It reminds me of that sort of like art style. Maybe it's maybe they're the same studio. Yeah, anyway. We got Folder Dies 1. I'll refresh once we've watched this. I'll refresh the page to see if there's any other submissions, but we might end up leaving it around here.
Boy, we're gonna smash this thing.
Yeah, let's do it. Would you like a sledgehammer?
Is a delicious, tasty treat.
I'm not quite sure I understand.
That was literally so cool, guys. Let's dance.
That's so weird. That's such a weird cartoon. Oh dear. I don't know what to say other than it almost looks like a Joel Haver style thing where they've recorded characters and they've like drawn over the top of it. I know that the way that Joel Haver does it, it's like an effect, but it almost looks like it's just been drawn over the top of a live action film. Kipper? Oh. Wait, do I know that? Kipper. Not the fish. Show. Oh. Oh, wow. I've never seen this. Well, I might have seen the character before, but I've never seen it as a show. Huh. That looks very nice. Very, like, sweet. Right. Yeah, Give Her the Dog is very cute. Anyway, I'm down but skeptical. RoboCop Rogue City.
In local news, a new crime wave that is sweeping Detroit has already claimed the lives of 21 police officers.
Disturbance? I'm a big fan. Now move!
So it's RoboCop the game. I'll probably... Again, I'll watch it after. Because if it's an 18-minute video, I'll watch it after.
Shots fired.
What the hell is this? Where is all the money?
We all saw it hesitate in a life and death situation. Why?
Listen, I would trust this guy with my kids. I mean, if I had any. This was just an isolated glitch.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Fascinating. Also very curious about it. If you've ever seen the original RoboCop, it's pretty brutal. The existence of the RoboCop himself is kind of messed up, because he's a cop who was killed, but like some amount of his brain and his like physical form still existed. He got like blown to pieces, but some part of his like brain and body were like still around, still alive. So they just turned him into a fucking android using his brain as like a processor. So he's not really like he's only just vaguely aware of his own humanity. This is like a tiny bit of his insides that still remembers that he was a person, but the rest of him is just like full on automaton. It's somewhat like Cyberpunk, but in the 80s. I mean, yeah. I mean, Cyberpunk's interesting because I would say a lot of Cyberpunk is very 80s. It's kind of a lot of what makes Cyberpunk, at least these days, is a view of the future from the 80s. But like, I would say, because there's Cyberpunk and then there's like 80s Cyberpunk. There's sort of, yeah, it's complicated. Cyberpunk is one of those complicated ones. The other punk styles, you can kind of isolate them to a specific generation of people looking forward. That's what I always think of when I think of the punk, something or other punk. It's always, in my mind, it's always like, it's a group of people from a particular time period thinking about what the future would be like. So steampunk comes from the steam era of like technology. It comes from like the 1800s where they were using steam trains and stuff like that. I say late 1800s, where they're using like steam trains and stuff, and there was lots of steam technology. They had not yet yet using, pardon me, they were not yet using like processed fuels like diesel and petrol. So everything was, coal powered steam engine stuff, and so all the technologies of the future involved that kind of technology. Then you've got the next sort of stage, not the next in terms of like what people envisioned, but the next stage of that kind of like the next era of that you could talk about in my mind is diesel punk. You got diesel punk, which is very like World War II, like things with lots of metal and oil and grease like on everything, and everything's very gritty and spewing pollution. And yeah, like it's a very different but interesting style. And then you've got atom punk, which is like your late 40s, early 50s. Like that's what the Fallout games are all atom punk. It's like everything's powered by radioactive materials. You got nuclear reactors in a gun, a miniature nuclear reactor inside a pistol. All the vehicles in Fallout are all powered by nuclear reactors. Everything has those like Coke bottle rocket shapes, and you've got the Fallout. You got like the like model. Everything's perfect model on the top, where things are made of like chrome, and people are all positive and happy, even though in Fallout like everyone's dead. Yes. You got lots of like great good vibes, even though things could be terrible underneath. The only thing I haven't seen, something I feel like I haven't seen, is there's no like hippie punk. I haven't really seen an example of like what I would call 60s/70s hippie punk, or like that era of punk. I guess because people weren't thinking about that kind of thing. It wasn't until the 80s that you get another form of punk, which is what I would call like the cyberpunk, which is where, you got machines and neon and lights, and you got shit like RoboCop. Yeah. Yeah, there's no like 60s punk thing. There's no like hippie era punk. What the future looked like, and I guess the closest thing to that would be the closest thing to that I can think of is like what you see in some of the 70s sci-fi movies, where it's actually kind of similar to what we see now. Actually, yeah, no, heavy punk. It should be called something else. The closest thing I can think of to that is like those fucking egg-shaped seats. Egg seat. No. Yeah, these fucking things. I guess Austin Powers is a bit like 70s punk. Egg. Come on. Yeah, like these chairs. These chairs that were like popular in the 70s. Like disco era. There's like stuff made in the 70s. Like there's a few things that I would say it kind of bleeds into the sort of cyberpunk thing a little bit, but it's very like 70s designed. Mohawk wearing tie-dye shirt with a peace sign on it. Yeah. Yeah. It's the era where they thought everything was like in the future everyone was going to be like sustenance was going to be in pill form, and yeah, like things were going to be like smooth plastics with like brown or white aesthetics. And then the 80s brought out that like neon, what I think of as cyberpunk like style. And then the 90s, we just have like fucking dystopias. 90s, you got more like, I mean, it's more like 80s, I suppose, but it's a continuation of the cyberpunk genre, I suppose. But actually, no, 90s and early thousands is more like Aperture, is Aperture Future, or whatever you want to call it, like the clean white materialed everything. The eco future, I suppose, is what is the like more modern punk style thing. I realize I'm ranting way too much. A computer after a power outage. Oh yes, this does happen. I've had this happen as well. I've had this happen before as well, where it's like I was in the middle of something, and it, because of a power outage, it actually threw an error like this. Yeah. That's not so bad. That's usually just making sure nothing is corrupted because of the sudden shutdown. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I still think there's I still don't see hippie punk as being a thing. The closest thing I can think of is like more of what we got now, where it's just like the modern view of the future. Futurist. I'm gonna just look up futuristic and see if I can find a good example of what I think of as being what we now would think of as the future. Okay, these aren't quite right. Actually, this meme is pretty close. This is what we currently think of as being futuristic. Oh, no. Open image in tab. Like, clean, white, and gray with greenery here, spots of greenery here and there. This is what I think, like, modern people these days think of the future is like this. And so, in like 40 years' time, where our future looks very different, this is what the punk of our era is going to look like. Oh, dear. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I almost want to call it like eco-punk. Everything's very smooth and sleek and there's like greenery and like in touch with nature but still being technologically superior. Anyway, puzzle. Oh, I think I've seen this.
There is a riddle that is so counterintuitive, it still seems wrong even if you know the answer.
You hate the white and chrome aesthetic?
You'd think it's an almost impossible number.
I feel like you're about to hit me with some.
But I like a lot of
bombs.
aesthetics.
I mean, if you're trying to create
styles.
controversy and you're trying to confuse people, you're gonna succeed.
Because I'm someone who likes. Sorry to distract again. I'm someone who likes this shit. I'm someone who likes this stuff. What's called brutalist architecture. I love this shit. But I also love whatever the fuck the futuristic style is. Futuristic. But I also like your like ultra modern, like smooth stuff like this as well. Whoa, that's weird. Cool, but weird. And I also like the hell would you call it? Adobe? Not that. Adobe house. Yeah, I like this stuff. Oh, no. Like, I mean, without the white, make it the like warm colors. There's something about this style that I love. You love that Water City thing? Wait, what Water City thing was it? Oh. I don't know what it is about this style I really like. You mean, oh, this one. Yeah. Essay from a while ago I wrote when I was small, and I don't know if I should put it on the Reddit. It's only if you want to, Malik. Only if you want to. Yeah. I will say I don't really like this aesthetic that much. It's kind of yeah, for me that this is kind of boring. It's weird because it's like overstimulation, but it's also boring in a weird way. I prefer this. I like the mixture of the greenery plus the like white architecture. I like the combination of like two highlight colors. Yeah. Anyway.
There are a bunch of YouTube...
Actually, I just remembered Veritasium is one of those channels I can't watch. I get copyright claimed every time I watch them. Sorry, Maddie. Can't watch that. I'll watch it in my own time. Alright. Technical interview survival. On topic. How to not fail a technical interview. Okay. Oh, right.
The single worst moment of my life was...
Because I'm about to do a technical interview next week. Yeah. And yeah, it has to be designed well. It has to be designed well. If you just have Yeah, let's just say it has to be the right kind of design for any architectural style. You have to be careful with how you make it. You miss when things that had details. Yeah, yeah. Combine architecture? Nah, it's too bland. Too blue, yeah, too like singular color. Although I like Brutalist, but I think for me it's like there's Brutalist and then there's the Combine like sharp. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not a huge fan of Combine architecture, honestly. Brain really just wants shapes and detail. I'm dumb animal, I need visual enrichment. That's fair. There's something about the grandioseness or grandeur. Wait, grandeur? Yeah, the grandeur of like Brutalist that I really like. Large, flat spaces, very like clean and sterile. I kind of like, but I couldn't live in a space like that. That's not living space. That's like proving that your nation is powerful kind of space. Like I like, as much as it's horrible to say, I like the bad guys. I'm gonna say call them bad guys. I like the bad guys architecture in Wolfenstein. The bad guys architecture in Wolfenstein is super like brutalist and big, grandiose, and cool looking. Too bad about the people running the show. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Matty is here live, but he often watches these after the fact, I think. Oh yeah, we talked about the interview earlier. I think that first interview went well. I think, again, as I was saying earlier in the stream, I like to believe that I'm good at I interview well. When it's just like a getting to know the person, I think I interview well. So I think that went well. But we're gonna be having another interview next week. I'm gonna have 2 interviews next week, or I have one guaranteed and one that might be like a little bit later. I have a follow-up interview coming up soon. That's gonna be not just me and the technical director. It's gonna be me, the technical director, and the HR, head of HR, I think. And there's gonna be a few technical questions asked of me in that interview, so we'll see how it goes. When it comes to the technical part, I've never done that before, so that's the scary part for me. But I think I interview well personally, personably. Yeah. The graphical style held back what could be done with Combine architecture. I don't know. What I will say is I like Combine synth like technology. Combine synth technology is fascinating, scary and disturbing, but fascinating. I thought that, but I feel like their structures are really boring. Yeah. Remember you, Big O. You can search a binary tree and log in time in being how many levels deep a tree is. Yeah. Yeah. I think in terms of the kind of questions I'm gonna be asked questions about, like, you want to program this thing in a game in this context, how would you do it? And so I'm gonna have to like either literally program it or like explain what I would do in that scenario. But I'm nervous. I gotta stop talking about it because I get so anxious every time I talk about it. Oh, I have so much like internal. I have to like force out like a with a stress ball to force out the anxious. Like I get something I talked about earlier in the stream. Is that I have like mad anxiety when it comes to these kinds of things, and when I even just talking about it now, like just a moment ago, like when I talk about it and when I think about it, my insides are just like this volatile core of like shivering that just like consumes me. And I've learnt that that's 100% what stress balls are for. I don't have one near me, but I can simulate it anyway. I need to dissipate that energy in order to calm myself down. So I've learned some strategies for like reducing my anxious, like the physical manifestation of my anxiety. I have ways to like to reduce it. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like if I don't keep it in check, I'll literally be shaking. Like my whole body will be jittering. I get I have real bad like, yeah, I want to say I have a real bad physical manifestation of my anxiety. When I'm in an interview as well, I can't like constantly be dealing with it. So sometimes I do things and I'm like, and I react really suddenly, or I'm like a bit like twitchy. Because I like in the interview, for instance, I like bumped something on my desk by accident, and I could tell, I don't know how visible it was, but my reaction to it was so rapid because my fucking adrenaline in my body, like there's so much energy flowing through me that I just react way too fast. Yeah. No, I'm like the opposite. My body fills with energy so much so that I like can't I react so quickly that I can't really stop myself from doing things. So I have to, if I have a stress ball, if I had something to squeeze, you just squeeze a stress ball either over and over again, or just really, really give it a real good squeeze, and that like just dissipates that energy. And then like my whole core like calms down, and I stop shuddering, and I'm back to normal. Have a cup of coffee so that I'm like on like 1,000%. No, I can't do that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, if I get the job, I will say if I actually get the job, I will probably have to, my streaming and my stuff like that will go way down. Then again, I might be able to actually afford to hire someone to edit stuff, so I might actually be able to do more videos. Depends on how much money I'm making, I suppose. Anyway, yeah. Let's just say that once I'm working, the YouTube channel might unfortunately have to take the back burner for a lot of it. I won't be streaming every day I won't be streaming as frequently as I am now.
Moment I was born. I wish that were true, but as a software engineer, I've experienced far worse things during technical interviews. If you're lucky enough to survive tutorial hell before the age of 25 and find a way to impress the algorithms that automatically read your resume, you get dropped into a high-stakes life or death game with a 6-figure salary on one side and Arby's on the other. You can tell yourself the interview process is broken, and maybe it is, but like most things in life, you can't control it and just have to play the game. In today's video, you will experience the psychological roller coaster ride that is the technical interview. Along the way, you'll learn the secrets to high-pressure problem solving on the spot, and how to impress the interviewer even if you totally suck at writing code. To make this hyper-realistic, I've invited a special guest who's conducted hundreds of interviews in the real world. Let the story begin. It's been a long, difficult year of #LearnToCode. I've turned down dates with beautiful women, stopped doing flat earth research, and even canceled Netflix, all for the opportunity to stare at a computer screen for the rest of my life. Thanks to this awesome video I watched on YouTube, I finally landed an interview with Big Scary Tech Corporation. I've got dozens of LeetCode questions and a bunch of half-finished Udemy courses under my belt. Nothing can stand in my way now. I'm about to jump on this call and change my life forever.
Hello, Mr. Fireship. My name is the Primeton. Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell.
I'm just kidding. I'll be conducting your interview today. Let's just get straight into it. I'm going to ask you actually a classic question. It's called FizzBuzz. I want you to print out numbers 1 through 100. But if it's divisible by 3,
oh, I forgot about
I want you to print out Fizz. If a number is divisible by 5, please print out Buzz. But if it's divisible by both 3 and 5, please print out Fizz and Buzz.
FizzBuzz, how cliche is that? I mean, I just built my own compiler in JavaScript last night. This is too easy. Wait a minute. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Hash map, linked list. Mom, why am I so dumb? Wait, directed graph. I can't do it. I'm just gonna tell him I can't do it. Binary tree. I'm an imposter. I'm blacking out.
A few moments later.
Mr. Fireship, before we write any code, let's just talk about the problem. How would you kind of approach a problem like this?
You know what? I think I've already failed this interview, which means I don't care anymore. And magically when I stop caring, the anxiety goes away. Screw the code, let's just talk about the problem. Okay, so it looks like we have 3 conditions here, and when we have conditions, we use a conditional statement.
That was honestly something I'd already thought of as like my plan for like a lot of my plan around the technical interview stuff is to just talk my way through the problem rather than trying to actually write code. Then again, they might actually just give me the questions on a piece of paper. I don't know how it's going to work. Like they refer to it as a test. for something or other test. But I know the interviewer guy is going to be there the whole time, so in my head I'm like, okay, what I would want to do is like essentially go through it in pseudocode, so that I don't have to specifically show off any like C++ versus C# like knowledge / conflicts. But ultimately, I'm still going to need to write some amount of code, probably.
Like if. One way I could represent this is with a flowchart on a whiteboard. Or if that's not an option, I might start by writing some pseudocode, because I don't want to worry about syntax or boilerplate before I even know what I'm going to implement. For each iteration of a loop, we have a number. If it's divisible by 3 and 5, we print fizzbuzz. Otherwise, if it's divisible by 3, we print fizz. Or if it's divisible by 5, we print buzz. And finally, just print the number if none of these are true. Wow, so this is actually a very simple problem when we take the time to break it down. I was totally overthinking it. I was expecting something with a really complex solution, because this is Big Scary Tech Corporation after all.
You know, I can't give you the answers, but I do really want to see you succeed. So feel free to ask questions as we go along. That solution looks pretty good. So how would you take that and turn it into code?
I'm most comfortable in JavaScript, so I'll go ahead and use that for the implementation. First, we'll need a loop that iterates 100 times. As I'm writing this code, I'm not thinking about getting things done quickly, but rather I'm taking my time and making sure I fully understand the requirements before wasting my time writing a bunch of code that I'll have to correct later. What's really important is that I think out loud and explain my decisions throughout the process. Normally, I like to use for each for loops, but in this case, I'm going to use a traditional for loop and not for each, because I happen to know that for will result in better performance. Now, even if what I'm saying isn't totally correct, it's important for the interviewer to understand my problem-solving process. Saying something is almost always better than saying nothing at all, unless of course you say some dumbass shit, in which case it may be optimal to just shut the fuck up. Before you set foot into the Thunderdome,
that's what I'm always
you should
afraid of
practice
as well.
literally saying everything out loud as you solve a problem. Personally, I hate talking while I write code, and it just takes a lot of practice to get comfortable with this. Follow the ABC rule I just made up, which doesn't mean always be coding, but always be chatting. Another tip is that if you get confused and freeze up, don't just sit there, but try to come up with a question. The longer you sit there and stare at the headlights, the more likely you are to lose your composure.
Can't have anyone freak out there, okay? We've got to keep our composure. We've come too far. There's too much to lose. We've got to keep our composure.
I'm a little confused here, so I might ask a question like, should the program take an input and return an answer for a specific index, or should it always iterate over all 100 answers?
Good question. A loop is just fine.
Now I feel like I'm going in the right direction, so what I'll do next is create a few conditional statements that line up to what I sketched out on the whiteboard. Now the tricky thing about fizzbuzz is determining if one number is a multiple of another number. I guess I could divide by the target number, and if it's an integer, it's a match, but if it's a decimal, then it's not a match. That should work, so when it's 3 we'll log fizz, when it's 5 we'll log buzz, but if it's false on both of these, then we'll just console log the number. Yeah, I think that looks good. Let's go ahead and use bun to run it, just to show off my knowledge of blazingly fast JavaScript tooling. And yes, it works perfectly. I'm a goddamn genius.
Interesting, but can you do without magical type conversion? Do you know what modulo is?
Oh man, he's not impressed at all.
I was expecting modulo.
Modulo, I've never even heard that word in my life. Oh wait, are you talking about the remainder operator in JavaScript?
Yeah.
You do have the modulo operator correct.
Didn't you think like me? I was like,
that would make more sense here. What it does is give us the remainder when doing division. So if that number is 0, then we know that it's a multiple of whatever number we're trying to divide by. That gives us a solution that isn't so dependent on the loosely typed nature of JavaScript. It's usually a good idea to avoid language-specific magic. The interviewer might be a C developer with 50 years of experience who's going to think your clever little JavaScript tricks are mid AF. The modulo operator is available in basically every language, so it's best to stick with that.
This is looking pretty good, but can you make fizzbuzz print on a single line?
Oh yeah, that's kind of not correct, is it? Okay, I think I have an idea, but I remember reading this article that's messing with my head right now that said the else keyword is an anti-pattern. Maybe I should stop believing everything I read on the internet.
Wait.
Tricks. The loosely typed nature of JavaScript. It's usually a good idea to avoid language-specific magic. The interviewer might be a C developer with 50 years of experience who's going to think your clever little JavaScript tricks are mid AF. The modulo operator is available in basically every language, so it's best to stick with that.
This is looking pretty good, but can you make fizzbuzz print on a single line?
Oh yeah, that's kind of not correct, is it? Okay, I think I have an idea, but I remember reading this article that's messing with my head right now that said the else keyword is an anti-pattern. Maybe I should stop believing every article that's messing with my head.
Never using else statements. Why not? Else statements are great.
head right now that said the else keyword is an anti-pattern. Maybe I should stop believing everything I read on the internet. Let's give it a try and talk through it. We'll first check for the fizz buzz condition, then use if else a couple times to check for fizz and buzz. And then finally we'll use else to log the number itself. Not only does this put fizz buzz on a single line, but the code is just more simple now. In fact, I don't think it can get any better.
Oh, that looks correct. Now, what happened if I wanted to add some more conditions? Let's say 7 is bass. How are you going to deal with that?
Ah man, I knew it. Else statements really are garbage. Always believe everything you read on the internet. It's never failed me. When you have a lot of conditions to check, they are...
Say 7 is bass. How are you going to deal with that?
Ah man, I knew it. Else statements really are garbage. Always believe everything you read on the internet. It's never failed me. When you have a lot of conditions to check, one thing you generally want to do is try to extract the data out of that statement. We can easily do that here by defining a variable for the thing we want to print. Now we could set up a switch statement to check all the different conditions, but I think using if is just as good, if not better. As you can see here, I have GitHub Copilot enabled, but let's just keep that on the down low because I really need this job. Now, instead of console logging here, we'll just mutate the variable. This allows us to eliminate the fizz buzz check and can also scale better if we decide to add additional words to it.
Impressive.
That works too,
Very nice. Impressively very nice. Blazingly correct. Now, how would you describe the performance of your algorithm?
I would describe it as strong to quite strong. As you can see when I run it, there's almost no lag time because my holistic approach is so blazingly fast.
Well, that's one way to describe it. I was more talking about big O time complexity.
Oh yeah, I guess I should have studied Big O a little better before doing this interview.
We were literally talking about it before. Look at this graph! Look at this graph! I love how off-key it is.
If the FizzBuzz game were to go on forever, I'd say we have linear time complexity, or O of n. However, technically, the game is only played for 100 steps, which would simplify down to O1 or constant time.
It's O1.
Wow, I can't believe it's been an hour already. I blacked out. Where the hell am I? Is this heaven?
Oh, hey, congratulations, you've got the job. Here's your offer sheet with a $400,000 salary, and the job is fully remote
if you had,
with unlimited vacation time. The first task you'll be working on is changing all of the blue buttons to a slightly different color blue.
So true. So true. Look at this graph. Yeah. No, it would be linear time if you could put in any amount of numbers, but because it's literally got a constant, like it's always going to be 100. That means it's always going to run at 1. It's going to have an O of 1.
Wow, I can't believe it. I've spent the last 2 years pouring my blood, sweat, and tears into this, and my mom is going to be so proud.
Any number
Hold on just one second.
Because it's got a singular number it's always calling to.
It looks like we've just implemented a hiring freeze. I'm going to have to rescind that offer.
Bruh. Congratulations, now you know how to bomb your technical interview.
Yeah, I forgot about FizzBuzz. Yeah, the FizzBuzz is one of those things that's like early level programming stuff to show like how you would do it. It's interesting because, yeah, I guess since they're only wanting like, yeah, it's interesting because that final way of like just appending a string is for me, in my mind, I feel like that's not as fast as just straight printing a string under a certain condition, but it's, in terms of like the code structure, it's a lot nicer. I think reading it is a lot nicer because you can just see the stages it goes through to determine what kind of thing you want to put there. Anyway, last but not least, we'll watch this one and then we'll call it. So this is games, the best games from Game Maker, Game Jam 2022.
GMTK Game Jam 2022 was massive. More than 22,000 people signed up to the jam, and within 48 hours, they'd bashed together more than 6,000 games. That makes it, once again, our biggest
again, as I said,
jam
I'll watch it after
yet.
the stream.
But it also had, perhaps, the most challenging
Again,
theme.
18 minutes.
Participants had to design their game
We have
around
rules
the
about
phrase roll of the dice. And so our brave designers had to come up with games about randomness, probability, and rolling numbered polygons.
I see what you did there,
I
Zach.
should never doubt these devs. These games are clever and creative, inventive and imaginative, fun and fiercely unique. After players spent a week rating games, I tried out the top 100 rated games, and then chose my 20 favourites. So, without further ado, and in no particular order, these are the best games of the GMTK Game Jam for 2022. One of the main challenges of this jam was wrangling with randomness. If the outcome of the game is completely driven by the roll of the dice, that can rob the player of agency and reduces the importance of strategy. So, a popular solution was to let players design their own dice. You're still at the mercy of RNG, but
cool.
Hey, you're the one who chose the numbers. This is my favourite example of the idea. Rolling for royalty. The game is a series of simple turn-based battles fought with dice rolls, and in between each bout, your dice are unfolded, and you can swap out the faces. Do you want lots of attacks, more shields, perhaps a spell, a modifier, or money that can be spent on even more faces? Then the game adds a further tactical layer. After each roll, you can choose to re-roll some of your dice. Now, we're adding a sense of risk and reward. Is it better to just keep that weak attack, or will you risk rolling it again for something better? I had a good time with this game and enjoyed the charming, untextured 3D art. I could definitely see the idea expanded further into
that
a
3D
full
art is from the
role-playing
asset
game.
store. I recognize it.
There's always some good neon-lit, high-tempo, score-chasing arcade thrills in the GMTK Game Jam. This year, the best one was Die Pound. You play as a die and can click the mouse to ground pound nearby enemies. The dicey twist is that when you land,
I'm gonna leave it here.
Which
So we'll watch those
how far away you
submissions
land
next
when
one.
you do the next jump. So you could be left with a tiny 1-pip hop or a massive 6-pip leap that sends you over to the other side of the screen.
That's neat.
I think it might be fun to have a combo system that only ticks up if you kill an enemy with your leap. That way you can't just get rid of your rubbish 1-pip jumps in favour of something better, but are forced to get up close and personal with baddies. But that's just me backseat designing. What's here is fast, fun, and addictive. Give it a shot. Perhaps the most common theme in the jam was puzzle games where you roll a dice on a grid, whether that's to spell letters, climb structures, or play rock, paper, scissors.
I like that
There are
name
some
one.
really clever
I like that
ones that
letters
had me
one.
thinking, but my favourite of the bunch was roll of the dice. In this elegant isometric game, your die acts like a stamp, leaving an imprint of its bottommost face whenever you roll on these white paper tiles. To finish the level, you must shift and shimmy around so you can paint the tiles to match this map in the bottom left corner.
Oh, that's cool.
The puzzles are
That's
well
really
made,
cool.
often just teeny tiny grids that are way harder than they initially seem. You'll have to think carefully about how to spin your die without spoiling the stamps you've already placed down. And the game has a simple solution to a problem faced by a lot of these games, which is you can't always see what's on the other side of the dice. Sure, opposite sides always add up to 7, but who wants to figure that out? So Roll of the Dice uses its camera to always show you 3 sides, and then with a press of the button, you can see icons for the other 3. The game's pretty simple, but I think this would be a great base to construct an enjoyable puzzle jam. Randomancer is a highly polished tower defense game where your fortifications are provided at the roll of a dice. Like Plants vs Zombies, you need to plop down towers to fend off enemies who
I mean, Plants vs
march along
Zombies is a
lanes.
bit like that already,
But
but
instead
it's-
of choosing them from a list,
Yeah.
you must roll a handful of dice.
Instead of it being like
so
sun
whether you get a
coming
powerful
down somewhat
cannon,
similar
a handy
randomly,
shield, or a bomb
it's the towers
is down to
themselves.
chance. After each wave, you get to add another die to your collection. That alone would make for a fun game, but Randomancer has a spicy little twist that adds a lot of fun and charm. You see, when you lob these dice into the arena, they are big, heavy, physical objects, which means you can lob them at enemies to do
So
damage.
you can attack
this
them
adds
while
an
you're
extra layer
spawning
of
them in.
strategy. You don't want to throw all of your dice immediately, after all, and a layer of knockabout physics fun. I'm just left wondering, instead of rolling the dice and then manually positioning the tower that appears, would the game be more fun if the towers just popped up wherever the dice land? It would be slightly less tactical, but when you're playing
Yeah,
with
that'd be
randomness,
interesting.
it's often fun to just lean hard into the chaos.
Yeah.
Another common theme in the jam was twin-stick shooters where you physically throw a big old die at your enemies. I think my favourite of the bunch was this one, Gimmicko. The juice in this one is just right. It feels fab to hike this hefty cube at zombie enemies. And the game has a nice
This
ebb and
reminds me of a
flow.
game I've
You've
played.
got plenty of power when you're chucking the die, but then you're completely powerless as you dodge and weave through baddies in order to pick the die back up again. Of course, there's more to it than that. In between rounds, you spend your cash in a shop to add special powers to your die. Now, every time you throw it, it lands on a random number and plays the corresponding power. Maybe shooting out bullets, or launching missiles, or spawning mines, or dropping out bees. You can also buy more dice and fill them with
Japanese
powers
yokai?
to create an arsenal of magic blocks.
But
I'm not sure
the art
there's too
style
much
immediately
strategy
reminds me of a game
involved.
that I
found
played.
myself just throwing
It was a
dice as
Christmas
often as
game.
possible and hoping for good effects. But I still had a blast with a game that is manic,
It was
silly,
like
and a lot of fun.
Something Krampus was like Krampus demons
Not
were coming
Your
or something.
Pawn is
and
another
you had to grab shit
die-lobbing
and throw it at the
game,
enemies.
but with a completely different feel.
No,
Once
it's-
again,
I
we
mean,
throw
I
a
have to look
giant
at
die
myself-
at
I have
enemies,
to look
this
at my
time
channel.
chess pieces, and every time the die lands, it rolls to a
See
random
if I can
number.
just search
This
Christmas.
is important to keep track of because each enemy is weak to a certain type of number. Some will only take damage if the die is odd when it's thrown, or even, or
Yeah,
above
Pandora's
or below
Christmas
a
surprise.
certain number. Where Gimiko is mad and chaotic, Not Your Pawn is slow.
Wait. Go back to
number. Where Gimiko.
So like look at this. Look at that art style. I'll see if it's the same art style. Come on, real fast and. No, well, it's a little different, but it's kind of similar in a way. Sometimes they don't come in at all. They're super slow sometimes. Yeah, you can hit the enemies with your with your
stairs
glove.
are damaged. Oh my god, I've been hit.
What the heck? But you also could grab shit and throw it at the enemies, and it just immediately when I saw her throwing the dice,
Hitting them is a surefire way to.
Wait, let's go back to the start where I might have actually been throwing shit. I do want to play You Are Baba, but I have not played that yet. Okay. Oh, I got hit. Go back to fucking throw something, Rory. Grab something and throw it.
If there's still damaged furniture or enemies left when the timer reaches 0, your parents wake up and you lose. I'm gonna go like.
Yeah, so you,
oopsies.
You grab a thing off the shelf and then you throw it.
Oh, ouchies.
It had really bad hitboxes. But I just was immediately reminded of that. I don't know why. I'm probably just losing my mind, but
Is
that's
mad
immediately.
and chaotic. Not Your Pawn is slow, strategic, and thoughtful. I like both vibes, so it was impossible to choose just one. In terms of feedback, I'd perhaps recommend making the numbers a bit more readable. They're small and hard to pass, which artificially increases the difficulty. I wonder if there's a way to represent these rules in a way that could be understood at a glance. Here's a fun one. A twin-stick shooter where time stops between each move. Your character, a die with arms, can roll in any direction, but the distance is dictated by the random number you roll.
Yeah.
When you finish your roll, you'll fire out bullets. As long as you have ammo, that is. You get more by rolling into enemies. This simple setup leads to a tense game of cat and mouse, of steamrolling baddies and chaining together moves. Later, you'll be able to upgrade your powers, and then the game adds enemies who don't care that time is supposed to be stood still, forcing you to stop being so analytical and start playing on instinct instead. I liked this one a lot, and kind of like John Wick Hex, it captures the quick decision-making of fast-paced combat without needing to be superhuman yourself. It's always interesting to see different ways of doing RPG battles. Sometimes an RPG even borrows from other games and genres for its fights, like how Undertale turns into a bullet hell shmup, or Puzzle Quest borrows from Bejeweled. So, it was fun to play Dice
old,
of Fate.
but wise.
This is a game that uses PopCap's Peggle as inspiration for its fight scenes. On each turn, you place down pins on this giant pachinko board. The blue ones are yours, denoting attacks, defense, and heal. The red ones are the same, but for the baddies. You then drop dice into the board, and each bounce against a pin changes the final actions of the battle. There's a great big dollop of randomness, but getting to design the board lets you have some control over the outcome. Like Peggle, the game is pretty simple and largely devoid of skill, but also, like Peggle, it's addictive and engrossing. I could definitely see this idea expanded further.
Peggle was hard.
In the
It had a
future.
lot of skill.
there's always something fun about games where you just break stuff, just completely throw off the balance. I don't know, it's just a joy. That's why I liked Dice is the Way. It's a pretty simple card battling RPG with funky graphics and goofy audio. But see those numbers in the balloon font? Like your health points, your enemy's next attack, or the cost of your card? Well, you can pick one of those numbers and randomly roll a new one, perhaps swapping your enemy's 80 health points for just 2, or making one of your cards impossibly expensive. I'm not sure how well this game holds up to scrutiny. I would often get a bad roll and ruin my entire game, but I'm not expecting anyone to tightly balance a game in one weekend. Besides, I had just as much fun seeing how silly things could get. A die doesn't have to be random. As always with the GMTK Game Jam, the theme is just a starting point. How you interpret it is up to you. That's what leads to great titles like Burb Hike. This is a game that uses the unique patterns on a die to create interesting puzzles. So
you played
these snowy tiles have igloos dotted about like dice pits. When you walk off the edge of the tile, the die counts down by 1, changing the layout of the igloos. You can keep going until the tile is removed entirely. This can lead to some brilliant spatial reasoning puzzles, like this one that I got totally stuck on during a live stream. Sorry about that, bet that was a little infuriating. Later, the game introduces palm trees which count up instead of down, and volcanoes which bounce between 2 numbers, and then puzzles that combine them all. This is just a great game and a wonderful example of how it's important to think outside the box when it comes to fitting the theme.
I like this game.
Next up is Fire and Dice. This is a charming action puzzle game about defending your dragon from attack. Each turn, the dragon throws out a bunch of dice. The colour indicates the attack pattern, and the number determines the power. Your job is to place the dice on the grid in such a way that they'll do the maximum damage to a bunch of incoming peasants and soldiers. So it's part tower defense, part number crunching puzzle game, and it looks great too. My only suggestion? Add a timer. It's too easy to spend ages rearranging the dice back and forth, looking for the perfect solution to do maximum damage. But analysis paralysis ain't fun. I had a better time when I played loosey-goosey and took turns as quick as possible. You could probably add other types of dice too, like ones that push enemies into other lanes. So I think there's more to explore here, but nonetheless, I thought this was really clever, elegant, and is well worth a shot. One of the more creative twists on the theme was using a die as a level or world. Take, for example, Rolling World. It's a room-by-room puzzle game about pushing boxes and hitting switches. But the rooms all exist on the sides of a die, so go out a door and the whole world twists around. This is important because depending how you leave the room, the entire world can spin on its side or upside down. Because elements in this game, like these big heavy doors, are affected by gravity, the orientation of the world can open new pathways. So it's a tricky, brain-busting Zelda dungeon-style spatial reasoning puzzle that will have you really thinking about this world as a complete, contiguous space. It's a little tricky to get your head around. I think Holomany does a better job of explaining itself by virtue of being in 3D and using transparent textures. But Rolling World's puzzles just eke it out for the top spot, for me. Next up is a game that comes from a team filled with previous GMTK Game Jam winners. But you can see why they're winners. They just know how to squeeze the most out of an idea in 48 hours. Introducing Diminution.
That's right, this is a 48-hour jam.
This is a frantic shooter platformer where the level is made up of falling dice. You'll need to jump between these tumbling blocks to stay above the acid. But that's not all. The number on the dice also indicates how many bullets you can shoot while stood on that block. And once you spend them all, the block will disappear. And so because your ammunition is intricately tied to your ability to stay afloat, it really makes you think hard about every move, every jump, and every bullet fired, all while frantically bouncing about and blasting away at enemies. It's just a great arcade thrill ride, which really proves the skill of these designers. Give this one a go after the video ends. In this jam, we saw a lot of games where you do dungeon crawling battles by rolling your dice into foes. Like, a lot of them. But I think, ultimately, I prefer this take on the idea. Maces and Dices is a game where, each turn, you get a bunch of different dice that relate to actions, like moving, attacking, and jumping. so you might randomly roll the ability to move down, up, down, and attack. Then you've got to use those powers to move through the dungeons and attack enemies. You need to be very thoughtful because once your dice are done, it's time for the enemy to move. Sometimes it's best to get to safety if that's all your roll will allow. So it makes for tense, tactical, and puzzle-like battles. And for an extra twist, the dice are also your health bar. Take too much damage, and the dice will break, giving you fewer options in the next tussle, unless you make your way to another die
not being able
and
to
give yourself more
when I'm
moves.
close to the enemy,
Clever
it would just
stuff.
piss me off so much.
Dice are supposed to be random, right? There's no way to influence the outcome. Well,
It's like
there
I'd
was
want-
a
I'd want
bunch
to
of
have
games in the Jam that played with the
guaranteed
idea
hits.
of fudging rolls or rigging dice.
As in,
I
like,
think my favorite
you have
though
always have move
was
dice and then
Jimmy
always have
Blitz
attack dice.
and the rocket dice. In this one, you use a very subtle method to make the dice land how you want. Rockets. That's right, each die is equipped with rocket-powered speed boosters, which let you decide where the die lands and how it rolls. Also, you can meet criteria like landing a 4, or
Sus.
getting better than a
You can
3.
get sus
Okay,
limits.
maybe not so
you-
subtle, but you'll still have to be careful not to twig the attention of the dealer. Spin too much,
Yeah,
and you'll go
too
from safe
much.
to sus, and then get a game over if you're detected. Later levels have you swapping between dice or landing in super specific zones. It's all done with funny voice acting and a charming CCTV-style visual effect. Some Jam games just put a smile on my face, and this was one of them. Another ultra-popular
that's cool,
theme
I like
was
that.
you do random actions, perhaps every time you roll, or every time you reload your gun. That can lead to a pretty chaotic game, but in terms of pure chaos, it's this one, Oddwood. In this game, your actions change every time you fire. Sometimes you're shooting a single bullet, or a spread of shotgun fire, or doing a dash move. Oh, and also, you're spinning around in circles. It's absolute mayhem, especially as the arena is tiny and the enemies come in thick and
This
fast.
reminds me of the game in
But
Stardew
it's
Valley.
somehow still completely
There's
playable.
that mini
You've got
game
a
in
nice,
Stardew Valley
powerful
on the arcade
generous
machine.
health, and regular new upgrades. That makes this ultra-polished game just super playable and ultra-compelling. I had to force
Aren't you
myself
fighting
to put it
gnomes in
down
that as well?
so I could make this
I
video.
remember now.
Here's a really creative puzzle game.
How can
The
you choose the
screen is
winner
split
of
into
like
two halves.
6,000 or
On one,
something
you've got a
entries?
side-scrolling puzzler about pushing, pulling, and rolling a die around to weigh down switches and get up to higher platforms. But you better be careful because your little friend is inside the die, and gravity changes every time it rolls. You wouldn't want to send your pal into a spiky trap, would you? And so thus begins a bunch of puzzles where both characters need to collect a star to win the level,
interesting.
but actions in one can dramatically affect the other. It's a clever and original idea for a puzzle game, with endless ways to explore and expand on the core concept. There's always one game in the Jam that basically looks and plays like a finished game. This year, that honour goes to Dice with Carly. This is a super polished, but also ultra-engaging puzzle game about placing down dice while following specific rules.
I fell asleep.
Adjacent
I fell
dice
asleep.
must be either the same colour
I
or
full
the
on
same
fell
value.
asleep. I need
Things start
to
off easy.
We need to wrap this up. I full on fell asleep. I was thinking about something I saw earlier and I just straight up fell asleep. It's funny because I was like thinking about the game jam stuff and then I started drifting off to one of the previous game jams we were in. I just straight up fell asleep. Yeah, I thought it's weird because this morning I was like, I think I got a good sleep last night. And then, no. Just no. Good night. At like fucking lunchtime. No, it's weird because I was listening to the game jam stuff when he was talking about. Why am I on this page? I was like listening to the game jam stuff, and my brain was like drifting off like, oh yeah, there was that game and that other game jam that I was in. And then next thing I like next thing I was opening my eyes up. I was like, oh fuck, I fell asleep. Yeah, sleep stream. I should just stream myself sleeping. Sleeping at my desk. I do that. I do that sometimes. Yeah. Instead of eating today, I think I'll just sleep after the stream. Thank you guys for joining me. I will Oh, I'm gonna hand out the Okay, so because I got the coin that I did, like it was like a helpful coin. I think it was helpful, right? Yeah, helpful award. Maddie did post a thing about like taking a technical interview, so I'll give Maddie the helpful award. Well done, Maddie. No, I will not purchase a coin. Yeah. I was like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, ah, yeah, that's probably the one I'm gonna give it to. Yeah, because it's something that actually directly affects me immediately. Because I honestly I'd forgotten about Fizzbuzz, but it's not hard. It's not a difficult, not a difficult thing to overcome. If you know anything about programming, it's not a difficult thing to overcome. So yeah, yeah. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good sleep. I hope you guys get better sleep than I did. It's, uh, yeah, yeah. Certain games like The Sims, or if oh god, if you guys could see, if you were able to see the unedited footage of Power Wash Simulator, especially like the last handful of episodes, like the huge ones, the ones like the fire station and like the like treehouse one. I was legit, actually, especially before I added the music. I think I actually had music in the tree one, so it wasn't as bad. But yeah, a couple of things, shortly before. Oh, and the police, the fire helicopter episode of Power Wash Simulator. Those episodes, if you saw the unedited footage, like that game is so peaceful with the droning like noise of constant water noise. I was legit falling asleep every few seconds in some parts of it. Like I'd wake up, do a little bit more, and then just straight back to sleep. It's because like I was sleepy. There was already the sleepiness, but normally in episodes when I'm recording, I like don't have that problem usually. But it's really calm. The music is super like chill. Any music that there is in the game is super chill. And then the like constant white noise of the water, it just puts me to sleep. It's a sleeping simulator that could be useful to some people. Well, there's a couple of times where in the previous, like this stream, I think there's a couple times earlier in the stream that I realized I'd closed my eyes and I realized I had held them closed for a little longer than than I would normally, and I like reopened them. I still heard what was being said. I hadn't actually fallen asleep yet, but I was very, very close. There is a sitting. I've literally played the seat or chair simulator. That game was actually, I think I fell asleep in that game as well when I was recording it, because yeah, I actually fell asleep while playing that as well, just once, because there was a point in time it wasn't like on live recording. It was because I was waiting. I was sitting at my desk waiting for my points to tick up while I was in the like IKEA store. There was one of the chairs, I was just like sitting on it for like literally 15 minutes or something like that. And so I fell asleep while waiting for it. But that was it, I think. Anyway, yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I apologize for falling asleep on stream. Thankfully it was short. It was short-lived. And I think you guys can appreciate how sometimes I don't have the best sleep schedule. I think some of you guys can relate to that. Yeah. Again, thank you guys so much for joining me. Thanks for watching. And I hope you guys look forward to more streams coming up really soon. But yeah, definitely some of them, one or two of the streams coming up is probably going to be me studying C++ on a live stream, just cause I'm nervous about it, and I want to make sure I know as much as possible, put myself in as best position as possible to get that job. It's not the face I wanted. Yeah, it's that's YouTube for you. Yeah. Have a good night, everyone, or good day, depending on your time zone. And I hope you all have good eats or good sleeps, depending on the depending on the time zones. Yeah. All right. See you guys. See you soon. See you tomorrow. We'll do one tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye.